There we go. Let's see. So is everything up and running? It was being just a tad weird. Let me make sure everything's set up okay. Let me turn on my stream volume, make sure I can hear myself okay. Everything's going good. Okay, it does sound... It sounds okay. I think it sounds okay. Yeah, let's say that's fine. Gonna adjust it just a smidge more. There we go. Okay, so let's see. Last time we did get robotics tier 3 finished. We've got the actual tier 3 robots for construction and logistics specifically still to go. If I come up here, here's construction, here's logistics, but we do have the actual robotics tier 3. We also can get you soon enough. See, I do have all those queued, so yeah, I'll go ahead and throw you on the end, I guess. So, okay, let's see, what do we want to work towards today? So, last time we finished up, we expanded power a great deal. We extended out this way and got these volcanic sites, as well as extending the power square, of course. We started extending down to this calcite patch. We don't have it actually built yet, but we'll get on that soon enough. Of course, we have the algae area set up. We have bacteria being made. Here's the algae setup, taking algae spores. We are currently backed up on fatty acid, which is why this whole area has backed up. So let me actually find the fatty acid production area up here. Yeah, you are currently producing, so I think what I'll do is I'll continue this line out from here, or I can just find your output. I guess that works a little better. Yeah, that is your output right there. So let me see. Just trying to think how I want to do this. Okay, yeah, I think I will break right there. Let's get a pump in here, and then replace that connection. So all together, you make 0.24 a second. So let's just say a quarter, and make sure I don't measure amino acids. So there's 87 of you. What an interesting number. Around 20 a second, I guess. So all I was trying to make sure is that a pump one was fine, and I think at 20 out of 3,000, we will be just fine. So what I do want to do is make sure you are top up. Once you actually get placed, I'll be able to set you to a lower percentage, and that way we can still produce extra if we need it. Let me also fill in that one little hole that survived somehow. We can still use this area to produce extra if we need it, but since we're producing it elsewhere, I don't want to fill the entire lineup and then have it back up like it currently has. Come on, guys, you got this. I'm just keeping an eye out. There you are. I was looking for a construction bot coming in. So let's get that placed. Boom, there we go. So now I can reduce you to, let's say, like 40% or something. And then this is like emergency production of fatty acids at this point. And then primary production is probably going to be coming from algae from this point forward. Let's see. Yeah, I consume fatty acids up there. Where was I producing fatty acids? There we go, algae harvest. So algae harvest gives me 40 per... Let's see. 18 algae goes in, 40 fatty acid comes out. Only 3 fatty acid goes into a progenitor, and we don't use any progenitors in making actual algae anymore. So yeah, we are definitely making a fatty acid surplus from this area. That's what I was trying to ensure. Okay, and then this area overflows, you don't... Yeah, oh cool. Okay, just once again trying to make sure everything is on the up and up down here. Oh, I know what you are. You are not supposed to be logistics enabled. Okay. So you need algae. Algae needs algae spores. How have I wound up at a deficit here? Oh, just by you being full on fatty acids, okay. So hopefully if I just void this line, you just start working again? Yes, even though this one doesn't, all of these do, so we are a-okay. Let's see. Okay, this is a slow recipe, I do remember that, but yeah, everything is fine. The algae balls will come up here, be turned into more algae, and this will all kick back into life. So we're all cool there. Bacteria is waiting on cellulose, which we also get from algae. And microbiology is actually waiting on algae. Not even bacteria, so what do you know? Okay, yeah, everything seems to be working just fine. So grass genome is what we were working on last time. It needs nucleotides, which we should be bringing in by truck. We just don't have a surplus of, so we can't exactly ship them out. Nucleotides themselves are running. Yeah, the tile breaks down here at some point. But yeah, all the way down to here at least, they're running. So it looks like we do just need more production, okay. I was expecting to be ingredients constrained, but why are you blinking at me? Trying to upgrade you to the next tier speed modules, fair enough. Okay. Well yeah, let's grab a stamp of the nucleotide blueprint and just get it copying again. Also, I guess I should start upgrading your pipes. I'll start from the end. Come this way. Make sure the bots can actually place those. As long as they're on the way, I will continue down the line and then just rip those pumps up. And yep, it does seem to be okay. I'll just continue down to the next line of pumps. Right there. And I won't go any further than that. I think that's plenty right there. There we are. And actually, I can redo all of this weirdness in here. All of that can go away, and you can just be a normal connection. Okay. Reason I wanted to do that is that just makes it easier to grab a full copy and paste, starting from here, and you do start with output on the right. Let me make sure my copy starts with something on the left. Also, I just noticed I can do that and simplify that a good deal. And then I'll just come down a good ways. Once again, I want to make sure that the output is facing left. And I don't want to get this stuff up here, like the beacon, the substation, and all that. So I am purposely going underneath that. And let's make sure I do grab that inserter, which does mean I grab the machine on the end, but I can just make sure they overlap, I guess. If anything, maybe that's for the best. Might be slightly better. And I don't know exactly how many times I want to repeat this out. Hold on, I don't think that was correct. It was not, okay. Let's make sure I connect from over here, that's better. And maybe just like one, maybe two more. Okay, that brings us out to relatively the same distance of these guys, and I'm okay with that. This is angry at me just because we haven't fully replaced all of the red pipe yet. It is marked for upgrade, it just hasn't been placed. And of course, we are now missing black pipe. That's not to say I didn't have enough, or I didn't have a lot of black pipe, or I'm not making black pipe or anything. It's just I had only just done a couple big construction projects last time when we finished up, so stockpiles were a little low. But like, if we come up here, I do have many assemblers of the tier 4 pipe running, and each of you, I guess I can bump up the storage amount, especially since you are the final tier of pipe. There's no reason to be stingy. Make sure actually... Nope, I got the wrong one. I kind of thought I might have. Okay, now we're good. Undo that. I'm gonna make those guys unhappy for a minute. Oh well. Okay, that's real cool. Let's also raise you, I guess. So at least like 300, even if it's only a little more, maybe 400. Like, I don't want to be wasteful, these are expensive, but at the same time, we do need them, so let's not be too silly here. Okay, but it is all running, we are doing okay. I guess I'll go ahead and pop down another square up this direction to start working on robot frame tier 3s. Wonder what all they actually require. Let me grab my blueprint here. And let's work our way over that direction. There you are. So, carbon composite, which I may or may not be keeping in a buffer chest. I'll have to look. I do need to make the relay 3s. Everything else should be fine. Battery 2s, I don't think I keep up here anywhere. So let me double check carbon composite and battery 2s. Keep those in the back of the old noggin. Let's see, 25 seconds, 10 seconds, 15. Okay. You do make 2 though. So realistically you're about 12 seconds, which puts you in line with the other guys, so I don't need another one of you, you're fine. I'll go ahead and add the tier 3 bots, even though I can't make them yet. And anything else? Not at the moment, not that I can think of. I will go ahead and get rid of these boxed recipes though, just so they stop glowing at me. Gonna finish the run today? I don't think so. Probably not. It would be nice, it would be cool, I just don't think that's happening. Just gotta get rid of all those. Okay. To be clear, what can I make in here? Okay, nothing useful. You can go away. I do need to make those 2, so let's not undo them yet. I guess as my last placeholder in here. Why aren't you running? A little concerned that you aren't running. Maybe you're just... Well, I don't see any of you in the output chest, though. You do have input, it seems, though, of the other tier haste module. Let's just leave you parameterized as number 3. What are you missing? Oh yeah, okay, I just don't make your processor or a heat pipe. And that does make sense. I guess that's something else I do have to do today, is I have to make the next tier a processor. I don't think that'll be too bad. I don't think that'll be too bad. In fact, while that's getting supplied up and we start making the first of the robot tier 3s, let me remember to double check the batteries and the carbon composite and start making the new robot part. Let's see. Glass, carbon composite. Okay, so as long as your logistics enabled, yes you are, all cool. Now, let's keep a smaller-ish buffer of the tier 2 batteries. I guess I should look and see what all you're used in. I guess you're not in here. Are you in here? Yes, you are. So, battery 2s. Okay, you're used in a fair few things. I was trying to see if it made sense to just bring them in and store them in the buffer chests. Or if I did want to dedicate, like, a buffer depot to them. I don't have that much more room for buffer depots, but I suppose, push come to shove, I could just extend this way and have a whole bunch more buffer depots in here. Yeah, okay. Let's just go for it. So you in there, set you to battery 2s. Don't think we'll need more than like 2 trucks for you, and make sure you are logistics enabled. There we go. Okay, let's see, where else? I do still need to make the robot equipment, so let's come down here and get that made. Can't put a square right you because of that stuff. Can put a square over here though. So, tier 3, tier 3, tier 3. When do I get to make you? Not too terribly long. Oh, I put the blueprint down, I guess. Okay, there you are. So, once again, tier 3, tier 3, tier 3. Make sure, is there anything weird in here? No? I do need to make grid battery 2s. Glad I checked, and then you take the other processors. And also, I don't know if I make power pole 4s, actually. Okay, well, let me go ahead and just pop you in there. And then I'll try and request a power pole 4 like this. I'll just upgrade you twice and see if that actually gets placed. No, I am missing power pole 4s. Okay. So, power pole 4. Oh, and battery 2s, which also take power pole 4s. Okay, I can do that. Let's see. So you also take compressed helium. So I can't make you over here, that's fine. Do you take weird stuff? Hard glass. You do take weird stuff. I think that's fine. I'll go ahead and throw you in there, even though I can't make you yet. What was I even trying to make? I feel like there was something specific in here that I was meant to be making, and I've already forgotten. Interesting. Even though I can only make the modules themselves in the small assembler, I can do the boxed recipes in a medium assembler. How strange. I don't know. I guess I'll throw pylon 3s in here if I have the ability to make them. I do, so pylon 3. There you go. I overwrote the other power pole with pylon 3. That's not what I wanted. There we go. Okay, so that should just start working. You're large assemblers. Okay, that's why you're over there. We've got this whole array over here. Okay. So that should be all the new stuff getting made. Chemistry science is struggling. It's running. No, we need ammonia barrel. Okay, so we are struggling on ammonia, but that's just fluid delivery rate, it looks like. Wonder. Adds east and west pipe to the depot's storage fluid box. This allows connecting more pipes for parallel fluid I/O. Why would I want to do that? Like, let's just say I did do that. Does this do me any benefit whatsoever? Is that anything for me? No? I don't think it does. I think I should actually probably turn that off, just so I don't get any weird connections somehow. But yeah, we are still maxed out at the same 7 active trucks. In fact, I guess I can go ahead and reduce you. And if ammonia is being a problem, I can just start adding more ammonia. I'll put one more here. And then, if need be, I can start placing them down from, like, this way. Just coming down. Let's get some trucks in the U, full stacks. All looks good. Okay. Yeah, all of these are completely idle while they just sit here and wait for more ammonia deliveries, so I may even just proactively go ahead and pop this down and make you also ammonia. Yeah, look how long it takes for a single truck to make that delivery. Okay, so you got placed. Let's get trucks in you, full stacks. Okay, that's the best I got. And of course, these aren't sending trucks out yet because they haven't gotten fuel yet. They're so drunk, they bob and weave all over the place. But yeah, as soon as you get your fuel delivery, then you will also start sending trucks out. I was kind of hoping to see it, but I don't care enough to just sit here forever. Well, we got you delivery. Okay, there's your steam, and... Ooh, you only sent out one truck. Okay, so in addition to hitting the truck throughput limit, I might also just genuinely need more ammonia. Yeah, ammonia 0% right there. Okay, ammonia wasn't exactly built in the most expandable way. Also, all of this can go. None of this has been used in a long time. This does remind me, let me be ADHD here for just a minute. I do need to go set up the new calcite mines. So as soon as I'm done breaking this and just cleaning up the smidge. Yeah, there we go. So all of that can go. And I do need to continue build range down this way and get this connected and built. So rails. This is a loading station. I have to get rid of that radar, I think. Yeah, that's just the easiest way to get this down. You are calcite. And let's grab that radar and just move it, like, over here or something. Get you placed in. Actually, that pylon being there doesn't quite look right. Maybe, if I only had radar range, maybe I could do something about it. Okay, suppose I did that. I no longer have a power connection downwards. I can move you up here, and now you connect. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, there we go. That's much better. Okay, so all this will get cleaned up. We should have ample build range down into this area. And then I just need to work all of you in somehow. Let's clean up these belts. They're all facing the wrong direction anyway. And feed you down into here. There we go. Okay. So you need to come towards the left. This is a loading station, but somehow the belts are wrong on it. I don't know how I've done this like 8 times. Let me just double check you. Yep, that is the unloading blueprint. Unloading is also the unloading blueprint. Okay, well, let me for like literally the 18th time fix this blueprint. Let me just clear all of this away. Easier to just get rid of these inserters here than to try and fix them. grab a copy of all of you guys and just flip you around. And there we go. So let's see. Yep, you are the loading blueprint. You've got all the circuitry involved and everything. So let me go look at what is involved in our typical loading, if anything. No, nothing. Nothing at all. So all of this can go away. There we are. And change your name to loading. Okay. Oh, almost missed those guys back there. Okay. That all looks good. Now let's update the blueprint for like the 34th time. Grab you. The radar is in the way. Okay, let me do that, because just temporarily I am going to have to remove this radar, and as soon as the bots pick you up, I'm not going to be able to see down here anymore. Also, all of this is in build range, yes? Yes it is, okay. I was just wondering why none of this seemed to be getting placed, but I guess it's fine, they'll get to it eventually. Oh, I can just remove the radar. I'm just being silly. I can just come in here. New contents. Start at the level of the pylon here. Start a little wider than the pylon here. Okay. I didn't put any belts in. Okay, one last thing. So do that, get you placed in, and then I'm going to put a mirror of that on the other side. Run the inputs up this way. And then have splitters feeding into you. Okay, and that's about as far as I want that to go, I think. Make sure I'm going wide enough, but not so wide. I get the extras from the mines over there. And I think that worked perfectly. Okay, so radar, you can go. Everything else looks okay. Sure, fine. Parameterize. You become parameter 0. That all looks good to me. All looks good to me. Okay. So for hopefully the last time, that is actually the loading blueprint done. And it does look like I might want to upgrade this one little guy over here, just to get the build range extended just a smidge further. But that ought to do it. And you are already calcite loading station. And this calcite loading station is just about finished. I don't know what happened with your power poles. Why are you awful? Go ahead and pick off some of these random looking poles. Yeah, let's do like that. Just trying to make sure I was consistent with which poles I chose to keep, and it does look like I was. Okay. Alright. don't really like that they're all over here waiting at this station. I would kind of prefer some of you go over to the other station now that it's established. Oh, I didn't finish you. That would probably help. Yeah, okay, let's just bring you in then. There we are, and then both of you can just come in this way. And in you go. Okay, so that should be the two new... The two new? What? I was thinking two because I just ran 2 new lanes in, but that should be the new calcite station taken care of. And then as soon as this one has run out, I'll decommission it. What I might actually do is come up here, we grab a combinator, and all of these chests are actually already connected together. So I might steal the way that I do the loading stations down here to get a percentage output. So since it's the same number of chests, this output will still give me the calcite percentage output here. And what I intend to do is, if this value drops below... Oh, let's change you to P. If this value goes below like 35% or something, I'm just going to disable the station. So I went above. There we go. So now let's get all of you guys to go to confused for a second. I might have to remotely drive you to get you out of this mess. So just start backing up. Oh, and of course that's not going to work. Okay, I guess I will do this a little more carefully then. Nope, nope, okay. I couldn't remember if it reverses your left and right when backing up. I back up trains so rarely, it's not really something I have to think about all that often. I think I'm going the wrong direction now. Interesting. How do I get myself out of this mess? Okay, let's change all of you to confused. So none of you will be able to automatically leave. And how close are you to being full? Quite close. Okay. I might just deconstruct these trains and reconstruct them somewhere else, honestly. If I could deconstruct them without also removing the rails, which I don't think I can. I'm gonna try. If not, I just have to put the rails back. So let's come to somewhere up here. I actually don't have fuel coming in to the confused station because the trains are at a slant, but maybe I wanna do that. Well, they stay at confused for such a short time, that's not a good place to load them. Right. I didn't do train stops down on this side because, as it turns out, they weren't going to fit, so I just left it here for symmetry reasons. They have to travel down this way to loop in, so this loop doesn't really do anything other than make it look kind of like fancy bees or something for some reason. But maybe what I could do is I could have like just one station down this way for actually constructing new trains. Or I could just do one at the end, I guess. Yeah, they all return down the middle. So what if I had just one more thing down this way? There you are. So, train station here. And then I can just build trains here. I think I have tier 2 trains. I should be able to make those. Unfortunately, I'd really like them to make this train stop so I can get rail snapping. Thank you. And then cargo wagons. And can I get the final one on the back? Yes, I can. Okay. Can't click on the ghost, unfortunately. There we are. So let's add you to the Ore Trains group. I'm not turning you on automatic yet. Okay, you're already on automatic. I guess that's fine. So let's get some inserters in here. I'm just putting substations down. I bet I can get you right there on the edge of this substation. In which case, I might as well put you right there as well. Okay, so fuel. What have I been using? Methanol. Let's get methanol canisters in here. I want 150 in each of you, that you can fill up the new trains pretty much as quickly as I could ever want to place them. Does look like they're both getting full deliveries, so that's good. And now I will go ahead, grab a blueprint, and blueprint the trains. Looks good. Let's just call you new ore train or something like that. And just pop you in there. Kind of surprised we still didn't get any of the methanol canisters. Didn't think we were that far away. Like, methanol canisters are made right here, aren't they? Why is it taking so long to fly them this way? Don't understand. Like, I don't see a weird swarm or anything anywhere. And I don't think we're, like, pushing our amount of logistics bots by any means. Yeah, logistics, we still have, like, over half of them. They just aren't coming. Okay, there we go. Okay. Let's call you... I gotta give you some sort of symbol to keep you in line with everyone else. Fuel. New train, something like that? Can I do any better? I guess I could just give you a train logo. That works better. Okay. And then let's go... Yeah, I'm not really sure how to do this as a temporary stop. But if I don't have you as a temporary stop, then nothing really works here. So let's do this. I have an idea. New train. I'm sure there's somewhere in here where I can read my fuel count. Full fuel. Fuel any locomotive, fuel all locomotives. There we go. So, if any fuel For all locomotives is 0, so we've just placed the train. Sure. Add interrupt, new train, and then wait until full fuel. There you go. And then we can just update you. All good. What are you? Wait 3 seconds. Why are you trying to go to confused? That's not where you're supposed to be. Okay, there we go. There we go. I had to be fast. If it filled up on fuel, then it would have changed its schedule. You're still trying to go to confused. Whatever, that's fine. Okay, no tiles. Everything else looks good. If I still have trouble after that, then I'll have to deal with it. Also, I want to change this to the train. There we go. Okay, why didn't you go anywhere? Why didn't you go anywhere? Oh, you don't have a circuit. That's true. Well, that's easy. I can just give you the same deal that I have for these guys. In fact, I have a green wire coming off of this radar and then going into a whole bunch of these selector things individually. Why have I done this when I could have just taken a single one of you, read from the radar, and then fed that into the line instead? So radar into you onto the pylon, and disconnect you. And then you can go away. Connect straight in. Connect straight in. And connect straight in. That makes way more sense. And then in theory, I should be able to connect you somehow, but no, no one wants to. That's fine, I guess. I can put a line down that way and connect you in there. As soon as that gets built, then everything should be okay. And you should just take off. Wrong again. Okay. Oh, you're not at the station. Okay, there we go. So if it had been set up from the time you were first placed, then it would have worked correctly. So we're all cool there. Okay, good. So I picked up 3 trains. I should replace 3 trains. I guess that allows me the opportunity to make sure you're working correctly. Nope, I gotta make sure the inserters go on there. I guess that's an unintentional bit of guidance there, making sure the inserters actually go to the correct place, even though you sure look like you want to be past that train stop. I guess we'll get to find out. Ah, interesting. You actually load too quickly. By the time the bots got the second train placed... Huh. Yeah, by the time the bots got the second locomotive placed, we had trouble. How can I fix that? Honestly, I think the easiest way to fix that might be to just throw a buffer chest of train parts right here. So let's just do that. I don't think I actually make the fluid wagons, so I'm not going to bother with them. And then I'll just pick this train up. And try again once the bots bring the parts in up here. And while I'm waiting, I think I'll take a sip of my coffee. I could include fuel in the train blueprint. So then you're just waiting on construction bots to bring the fuel into the trains and get them fueled up, but yeah, that's not unreasonable. I'm gonna give this a shot, and if this doesn't work, then I'll try that way. Okay, well I've got the locomotives. I'm kind of just waiting on the cargo wagons. I guess this will also help cut down on waiting time when I go to build new trains in the future. Even if it doesn't quite cut down on my waiting time right now. Yeah, I don't know why this is taking so long. The base is like literally right there. I think that's fuel, so I don't know why this is taking so long. That's confusing. Problem is, I could just go ahead and put the blueprint down, but then since the bot's already bringing this, they're not technically counted as in the logistics system. So if I put the train blueprint down now, then it would just send another flight from wherever they've gone off to with these cargo wagons to come all the way up here, and I just have to wait that long again. Hey, there we go. 4 is enough. So, new train. Put you there. Let's see if everything just works. Okay, so it didn't get new train. Okay, so you... Okay, so you have 6. You are completely empty. We're on automatic. You should trigger. Okay, I'm gonna try this one more time, and if it doesn't work the way that I think it should, then we'll do something. I'm only happy to test this once more because we do have the buffer chests, so as soon as they get picked up, we can just immediately replace them. I might also just ask for, like, a couple construction bots to stay right here. Okay, one more time. New train. Automatic. Did not go to new train. I don't know, I guess it's not that big of a deal to just hit a new train. I don't know why it can't just do that by itself, but it definitely can't for whatever reason. So there you go. Let's do one more over here. And I think that's the 3 trains that I broke before. If not, then I don't know. I guess they didn't really need that many trains, and I'll add more if I need more. Also, I guess I should keep more fuel up at this area in case I do need to do multiple trains. So let's increase you to like 450. That way I can do 3 new trains if need be. Okay, anyway, that was quite a distraction. We should have had all the pipes placed by now. We definitely did. Why don't I have the modules? Oh, that's going to be new circuits, I guess. So you're going to just have to blink at me for a while. Amino acid. Amino acids, there we go. So you're the one that I am trying to upgrade the modules on. You are running, and I still have 0 of you. Though you are out of ammonia now. So once again, that's an issue of transport truck throughput. What do I do about that? I'm gonna do a little bit of science, actually. I, like, half remember something about them outputting directly into a tank, changing their maximum output or something. I think it's wrong. I don't think I am correct in remembering this. But that feels like half right somehow. So if I grab like a medium tank 3, I technically can fit you here. And then I'm only disturbing the delivery from 1 station. So let's try. And then I'll just put like 12 trucks in you or something. Again, I don't think this is the case. Something else I should probably do is make sure the other stations don't output into this tank in case I want to get rid of it. Also, pipe extent issues. Because, okay, this pipeline only goes up to 31. So fair enough. But I still want to make sure this is at least one way. And no, even outputting directly into a tank, it didn't send the 8th truck off. I don't think that has anything to do with it. This ignored capacity thing actually reduces the capacity. It removes the bonuses added from research. I don't know why you would ever want to do that. And I already looked at this earlier, but extra pipe just literally adds extra pipe. Doesn't do anything for capacity or anything. That's just that. Let's see. There are still only 8 drones in here. But all the same, it's not making use of those 8. So yeah, I think I will go ahead and just get rid of that. It was science. That was exactly the result I expected to get. I just need more depots. Problem is, I'm starting to run out of room for depots over here, so I was hoping to get a better result. To make ammonia, in case I needed to make more over here, is just compressed hydrogen and compressed nitrogen. Eventually, I can also make ammonia from amino acids and bacteria, though amino acids is what I'm trying to make, so, you know, that seems a little backwards. Yeah, I don't know how much good one more depot is gonna do, so I kind of thinking maybe expanding out this way, and then putting more depots on the other side of these pumps here. Or if I really hug the top, right there. If I get 1 or 2 on the bottom, I could. Yeah, why not? And yeah, I can put one more there, and then I can still technically go across here. It's pretty tight, but it does work. So there we go, connect you up, you're all cool. And let's make sure to set ammonia for all of you guys. Ammonia, ammonia, ammonia. But I do have to wait for them to get placed before I can continue any further than that. And of course, I do have this big blinking chlorine low alert blinking at me, but that's fine for now. I'm not that worried about it. I'll show off why in just a second. Might even get rid of the alert for now. Okay, so those are all filled in. Good. So this chlorine alert kicks on whenever this tank has less than 50k in it, which is 1/5 of its capacity. But I don't really mind as long as we have ECH and to a lesser extent hydrochloric, but hydrochloric's kinda whatever here. This isn't my primary source of hydrochloric, though I guess if I'm completely wiped out of hydrochloric down here, that is kind of an issue. Let's see, I can't deal with sodium hydroxide fast enough. You're full. And even a single green belt down here is not going to do much when we're outputting 2 full green belts up here. These are hydroplant 2s. I can upgrade this first row here. I have quite a lot of voiding capacity. Each of these only output, even once they're upgraded, only output 400. So with 5 of you, that's going to be 2,000. So that's going to be 5 of these guys down here. But then I do also have these guys over here, so maybe I will go ahead and just these first 2 I'll upgrade. And I might even need to do a little more than that, because now... granted, once hydrochloric acid comes back, sodium hydroxide will pick up again because they're consumed in tandem in something up here. Honestly, I don't remember, but something consumes both. Okay, did these get upgraded? Wrong place. There we go. Okay. Now you're doing 400, and you do 12 a second. So those 5, once they're placed, will be capable of handling 60 per second. I'll probably need to upgrade their inserters. Yeah, they're just barely not keeping up. Might just add more inserters instead. There we are. And if that's still not enough, the belt itself only holds 75, so probably just speed modules would get me the rest of the way to 1 green belt. Does seem to be working better now. Yeah, these guys at the end are hardly even kicking on anymore, as long as these are picking up. These still aren't quite outputting, but we're probably just working our way through a massive backlog back this way. Yeah, okay, so the backlog is ticking down very slowly, but that's to be expected with this many machines all trying to output at once. Ooh. Hopefully we're not peaking out on hydrogen voiding. It looks like we're keeping up. So just to be safe, I'll go ahead and upgrade these guys. I can't upgrade you. Are chimney 3s bigger? They are. Okay. What's the difference? So you do 500, you do 2,000. So even getting rid of 3 of you is fair. In fact, I'll just do that and make sure the pipe extends. Yeah, I can hardly see anything, but I do believe that's all connected fine. Of course, hydrogen is now going to back up immediately. We're getting rid of it in tandem with oxygen, quick as we can, but it is going to build up quite quickly. It would actually make sense to reduce the amount of hydrogen I keep in here. Once those do arrive, give me a little more buffer room in the pipes. Okay, yeah, that's running now. These have stopped. I might go ahead and throw like a single speed in each of you. There we go. Oh, one more? No, okay, so you are the start of the new line, so we're good there. Definitely don't need help with those guys. They've got it covered. If anything, these two hardly ever pick on, if ever. Okay, product's finished like almost 18,000, down to 1,000, so a pretty steep fall off there. Anyway, enough of that. Amino acids still 0, nucleotides still 0. I believe both amino acids and nucleotides are running. Yes, they are. We just don't quite have enough yet. I do notice sugar isn't running because there's no glycerol. Glycerol, you're the one that takes sodium hydroxide and hydrochloric acid. Okay. So that's what I'm trying to restore, though. And it does look like it's working. We've got a full tank of each of these down here, so the trucks should be coming down to make their pickups. And of course, even though this says like 3% in here, that 3% is after these tanks get filled up. It's reading from this tank here, and these machines, or these tanks, technically work like machines, so they pull fluid, rather than simply allowing fluid to exist in them like the tanks do. Though, granted, I do have a direct pipeline now, so I am piping directly out of this into that glycerol setup. So it's not to say this is totally useless. That is true, yeah. I might want to come in here now, before I had this set super high, I might go ahead and reduce these to maybe even less than normal. So that other things requiring hydrochloric will take it from my primary hydrochloric source before this one, which is really mostly here to feed glycerol. Even though they're separated so far apart, that's just the order they were made in. Okay. Does look like everything's churning away now. This is moving. This number is ticking up. We're mostly keeping this belt empty, so these guys should be moving. Yes, we are nearly done with the sodium hydroxide backlog, so these will be kicking on shortly. And we're definitely keeping up with the oxygen and hydrogen voiding. That's no problem. Oof, okay. You're not running because there's no mineral dust. That's an interesting problem to have. Mineral dust is on the way. Oh yeah, I'm just probably not making nearly enough mineral dust. Okay. I don't think I'm even collecting it down at the bottom. Let me see. So, mineral dust shoots down this way. No, you just immediately get voided. Okay, let me also collect mineral dust down this way. You're also mineral dust. You come up in here. That's a little awkward for me, actually. Yeah, I have to reroute all of this stuff in here somehow. Oh, I also get mineral dust from that way, huh? Okay. So the way this used to run is I had a belt come over, snake up, and then go into here. But the reason I don't do that anymore is I prefer this setup to be running. That's why it gets priority access to the gravel coming in. But if the gravel does make it down here and this starts running, like for example if this sand gets backed up and this momentarily clogs, then as this outputs, it actually has output priority over this lane, so then this still can't pick up gravel. The gravel still continues down here and gets crushed when I'd rather be running this recipe. So I can't really do that. But then, how do I get you out? I think the answer is do something very similar, but not quite the same. Don't really need you to be input priority anymore. So you're gonna come this way. Let's underground you real quick. And then come up here. And into there. Then I want input priority from the top. Again, to avoid that same problem I was just describing. But then any of this excess mineral dust can also come up and out. And then I'll have a split around here somewhere. So priority output to the left. That comes this way and gets put into a storage depot somewhere in here. I love this one little sliver of a logistics zone missing. Not that it affects anything really, it's just, you know, that's cool. Let's just go ahead and bring you in this way and throw a depot right there. Since I'm gonna have this power pole here to power this inserter, that also covers this roboport now, so I will go ahead and deconstruct that. I don't really like just running away after I put something new in. There we go. Okay. One more guy. There you are, my hero, come on. And boom, okay. And hopefully you're more than able to keep up with these guys. I would imagine you are. But you know what? So what? Let's do this. And then I don't have to assume. So down and down, and up and up. There you are. Now you'll definitely be able to keep up this whole belt down here. So that should be a little more mineral dust. Fatty acids are full again. Okay, what can I do with fatty acid? Okay, I do have a recipe for oil. I do have a recipe for oil, and tree progenitors will need oil, so making oil is something I should start on. You will also give me a partial refund on my glycerol. Well, if I take that oil and crack it at least, so that just gives me fatty acids back. At what ratio though? That's 100 oil to 75 fatty acids. This is 5 oil from 6. Okay, so definitely beneficial. Well, I have to spend glycerol to make oil. So maybe not. That's, actually probably lossy. Yeah, this is 20% glycerol. And I only get back 15% glycerol. Yeah, I'm assuming I probably want to make paraffin. Used in petroleum, I can only assume that is going to be the desired path there. But I mean, I do use them in tree progenitors, I do still need to make them. I just don't like having yet another thing that's going to consume glycerol. I just can't quite make this much glycerol, guys. Yeah, if I can get a better recipe for sugar, I can run this, and then that'll hopefully be all of my glycerol needs met. That's just the normal recipe I already have boxed, I think. Yeah, that's way down the line. What do you even take? You're all the way down to biters. Huh. I can just burn you for now. Biochemistry research. I mean, I am making you, I do remember that. Just maybe not all that much. Yeah, I need you in a couple different things. I guess I'll go ahead and start making oil, but I think I will also probably eventually wind up either burning you into more propene, because at certain times we are low on propene, or I might just burn you. You have the grass genome. Do I need oil for grass at all? No, so I think I'll finish up grass. I'll just continue clearing the pipes manually for now. There you are. And let's see, so you need nucleotides. I just make more of you. Like, it is just a machine issue, so I guess I just have to keep going. When do I get nanofabricator 2s? I remember looking at this before. Okay, you're literally in the research queue. So as soon as I can do that, that'll be a pretty decent upgrade. You have a crafting speed of 2, so I assume that's just double you? Yes, so you're crafting speed of 1, so the other guy's crafting speed of 2, so that will just double all of these. Granted, they're also crazy expensive. Not trying to downplay that part. You unfortunately have pumps right there, so let me see. Let's grab from right there. No, I want to be... Hold on. You output to the... Alright, you have blue to the right, so I want one that starts with blue to the left. Let's come, like, way down here. And blue to the left. Right there. I think you're the one that tiles well. I noticed there's pumps in here for some reason. Ah, yeah, right there. Want to try and avoid the pumps if possible. So let's see if you are the one that just tiles nicely. Looks looks like the answer to that would be no. Okay, fair enough. I can just do that. And of course, I do then have to carry these down manually all the same. I just thought this might be the one that tiled all together nicely. Also, there's pumps right there. Let's not do that. Not that I, am trying to be too finicky about it. I just feel like throwing that many pumps around is a little wasteful when I don't have to. Yeah, I might even just get rid of you. Make future tiling a little easier. Okay. Oh, look at the bots go. Anyway, I think what I should do is find a place for the next tier of circuit. Probably right below the previous tier of circuit. So you need graphene, green circuits, arithmetic, heat pipe 2, battery 1, sulfuric acid, and helium. What a weird laundry list of requirements, but okay. Heat pipe 2, that's kind of a pricey one. Batteries also not the best. Does look like you're mostly only used in fairly expensive things though. Yeah, it's like 1 of these to 50 purple science, so not super bad. Okay, so I just gotta get green circuit, arithmetic. Yeah, I'll do this one at a time. Also, I'm gonna go out on a limb, so you're probably made in a nanofabricator. And leave plenty of room between you and that roboport right there. So I'm sure I'm gonna need at least 3 belts and probably some piping room or something. I'm also gonna need room for requests, and I'm kind of thinking I might go ahead, grab you. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, and right there. And the reason for that spacing is I'm going to go ahead and just get a stretcher road right here. And then you can have your own dedicated requests up here on this little stretch, and we don't have to go vertically for 100 miles. So 1, 2, 3, 4 items, and then 2 fluid. I don't count the green circuits, because of course those are just going to come down from up above. So, graphene, arithmetic, arithmetic being right there. Heat pipe 2. There you are. Battery 1. Sulfuric and helium. Sulfuric. And which one's helium? That one. Okay, and then all of you, of course, will need trucks. I don't really know how many trucks, so I'm gonna give all of you 8, since that's the max for the fluids anyway. And if any of you need more than that, then we'll address it as we get there. There we are. So fortunately, this works pretty much perfect. The thing that I'm going to be constrained on the most is going to be green circuits and the arithmetics. Then I need half that much of the graphene, heat pipes, and batteries. So the greens will come down from somewhere, come in here. That's going to be one belt. And then arithmetics. Let me think about this. I might swap you over there and make this one the graphene. The reason being, that way I can at least mix you with these guys in here. And arithmetics might get their own belt, just because it is a 2-to-1 on the red circuits. Yeah, why not? Greens, let's go ahead and work out where greens are going to come in. So if I can get a belt of greens coming down this way, you can underground there. Let's say blue underground there. And then go that way. Okay. See. Let's just also make you a blue underground. Just easier. Yeah, perfect link to. You love to see it. Okay. So split there. Turn down this way. This is still all green belt. Let's just go ahead and upgrade all of you in preparation for the fact that I'm probably going to need more of you. I'm not going to be able to make more of you because we're already out of room. I guess if I can upgrade the machine to the tier 2 nanofabricators, then that would be something. You're already fine. Let's upgrade when we need to upgrade. Okay, so that will be coming down this way and coming in. All good. Fluids will probably have to be done sideways, just to accommodate for the sheer number of belts of input we're going to have. So you can come down this way and be on the inside here. And then we'll have a belt on the outside for output. Let's go ahead and get that worked in. I think that might just work perfect. Reason being, I can bring... Oh, joy! Transport drones has crashed again. This has happened a couple times now. I know vaguely what the problem is. Let's continue from the most recent autosave. So the problem is that it is just going to crash again. If I don't find where it is that's crashing, it will just keep crashing. So, let's remove you. Deconstruction planner. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Problem is from these readers down here. I don't have any of the road network readers, but I do have some of the blue and some of these green looking writers. And somewhere in here, one of these is on a depot that's about to hit 0. And for some reason, sometime, that makes them crash. So let's see, where could you be? Right there. You're just not attached to anything, so let's go ahead and get rid of you regardless. Okay, there's several down this way somewhere. Okay, here's one down here. What are you even meant to be doing? Okay, you're meant to be enabling and disabling this. I don't think you ever worked. I'm just gonna get rid of you. Now, where's the next one gonna be? Okay, there's one. Hopefully you're fine, because you're reading from this and not from a depot. It seems to be reading from supply depots that's mostly causing the trouble. Like this, though usually it's reading from a depot that's hitting 0. And I would like to know when this one is getting near empty, if that does ever happen, so... honestly, I think we would have crashed already if we were going to crash, so I'm going to say it's fine. I will come over here and save just in case, but let's just say it's fine. Okay, and before I jump in again, I think I will take another sip of my increasingly cold coffee. Alright. Oh, I have to come up here and do all the requests again. I think it was 5? This one was arithmetic. It's important that you go on the front. Then we had graphene next. Let's see, after you, we had green circuits, but those are coming in from elsewhere. What else did we have? Heat pipe 2. I do remember that. There was one more item. Battery 1. And then we have sulfuric acid and helium. So, let's see, sulfuric acid, and then you... Pressed helium, but where's regular? Helium, there you are. Okay, so you output, you input. We have 1, 2, 3 inputs on top. Let's actually put you on that side. So far, medium, short. Good so far. Right, okay, good. So you come down, go in. Actually, you take the same on all of these. 0.6, 0.6, 0.6. Yes, so it doesn't matter. There's no preference here. There you are. And then you can just come straight down into here. I don't like that you pick up off a corner. Not really a lot I can do about it, though. I guess I could do that. If I really wanted, that's fine. Oh yeah, you all are going to need substations. Let's get some substations on the go in here. Go ahead and start placing them out this way as well. I don't know how far I'm going to need to go. I just know I'm going to need some. Let's get the trucks in here again. Okay, and now we need pipe. So, pipe there, pipe there. I want to run helium across the bottom here. And I should be able to get sulfuric acid across the top. So if I just grab you, horizontal flip, put you in place, yeah, that works just fine. Go ahead and offset you. Continue you that way. Okay. For tiling reasons, you go there, though actually all of that's kind of broken anyway, so we'll have to do two more lengths to make sure that this all gets built correctly. Yeah, like that. That's all looking good. So if I grab that and started tiling, that would work, though I would want to get more modules into you. And I think I make these modules. Oh yeah, let's just make everyone real mad real quick. So anytime I use those modules, I would like to see if I can work in a beacon, and it does look like I can, surprisingly. So just as I've done before, it may not give me 100% coverage, but I think I will just do one on every RoboPort length here. There we are. You actually don't have power because these aren't substations. Interesting. Let me just rip up all these power poles. There we go. And let's make sure I replace you all with substations instead. You just work so much nicer. Make our way down the line. There we go. And the same up here. Oh, cool. Okay. Might as well go ahead and get those placed in, just so they're ready for me as I expand the reds out. I don't have to come back and redo this later. Anyway, I guess... Oh, good. Oh, good. Okay. Well, it's not like I just did a whole bunch of anything, I guess. Well, okay. At least it conveniently brought my deconstruction planner back for me. Maybe I should be a little more judicious here. This is like the third time that these readers have caused me issue. So I guess you just have to go away. Okay, so that power pole is important. Where's the other one? Right in here somewhere, huh? So what are you? Don't know why I'd want that. You can go away now. Where? Ah, there you are. Yeah, you can also go. You're no longer important. I'm certainly not going to be running out of crucibles, I don't think. Where could you be? Oh, there you are. Concrete. Yeah, I don't think I have to worry about concrete that much, though we are out of cement, bizarrely, because we're out of lime. Hmm. Weird. Wonder if all my trains are just busy or something. Like, did you all get stuck somewhere? Not over here. Yeah, I think all my trains are just busy, whatever. Fine. just get another one over there. So before we crash again, let's get these last two taken care of. Okay, let's just look for the blue one. There you are. You're the battery one. You're kind of important, but I can't keep crashing just to have you. And you're in here. You control when this kicks on, which is kind of important. I will leave just you. If we crash again, we know exactly where to find you. So there we are. And there we go. Okay. So for the third time, let's get back to setting this area up. Yippee! Hey, at least I had all the items set this time. There we go. Okay. We got our inputs and outputs all set. Let's get the pipe in place here. Copy you. Horizontal. Pop you in. This is greens. Let's see. You're connected. All cool. This needs to come this way. You need to go that way. You need to be offset. And works like a charm. There we go. Oh, and same mistake I made last time. You need modules, which is what I was trying to do for these guys up here. Or I was so rudely interrupted. Oh yeah, I need to make sure your substations. Grab that. And bring you down. And keep running you to the side. And then one more layer down, because the red circuits will surely need them as well. And there we go. Okay. That should be everyone. And now I can just copy you across with no worries. I guess I can do a couple of you at a time. Oh, well, that's the end anyway. I could bring you down another layer. Does that do anything for me down here? No, it doesn't get these machines at all. It would only get this bottom half again. You're already hit from the beacon up here. Don't see any reason to double dip on you there. Yeah, you're 2 tiles away from there. Which I could rework if I really wanted. I could bring these up 2 tiles, I just really don't care that much. So let's say that's fine for now. Well, who am I kidding? Let's go ahead and get these placed across the bottom. Not like I'm not going to need them. Okay, and let's go ahead and route the greens in again. So, perfect length. And perfect length. Love to see it. Upgrade this whole belt down the middle. And then when we upgrade the machines, we'll be all ready to go. So each of you produce 0.06, and that's before modules. So definitely good to have the beacons in place. Of course, I am missing a tremendous number of these modules, but the modules take these circuits to make, so not exactly that shocking. Let's get you over here. Bring you up. And over that way. Then just connect all the corners. And that leaves you being a 2 tall. Comes over this way, and then down. And then in. Should be all cool. Let's fill a little bit of this in, just neaten up a smidge. Maybe make you a little bigger. One more. And then run you this way. Just give the bots a head start. We're definitely expanding out that way, so let's let them know where we're going. Yeah, we're gonna be waiting for quite a while on those modules, I guess. That's fair. What if I start with the tier 1s instead? And then once the tier 1s are placed, I can come in here and put the tier 2s in. Also, we need a supply depot on the end over this way. Bring you back down to normal. And could I actually get you in here instead? Also, why are you 4? You really shouldn't be 4. There we go. Ish. How do I want to do that? Yeah, I'll put you like there, that's fine. I guess that's fine, whatever. It's not so much fine as more effort to make better than I want to deal with. So it just gets to be there. There we go. This should all be getting placed. We're not missing landfill or anything. Just taking their time to get down here. Construction robot tier 3s nearly finished researching, though it does look like research has died for reasons that are beyond me. But I'm working on a new tier of circuit right now, so I guess I'll work on it later. Do I not put helium in the system anywhere? I'm sure I have compressed helium. I guess I just don't provide non-compressed helium? Interesting. Oh yeah, okay. You just, oh no, trace gas gives helium. I'm sure I do regular trace gas somewhere. No? Oh yeah, I remember all of my trace gas is compressed. So I do all of my residual separation pressurized now, and compressed trace gas is what's actually backed up. Interesting. Wait, why is that not running? I bet I cut a line somewhere I didn't mean to. Literally right here. Don't know how you got disconnected, but I'm willing to bet like $1,000 that's where you belong. Yep, that's where you belong. So somehow that got disconnected. Don't need this pump anymore, that can go away. Huh. Well, fortunately I had a massive backlog of compressed argon, otherwise that would have been a problem. And now you all want to be upgraded, so have fun. There they go. Big old shotgun of bots coming in. I always love the bot cascades. Incredibly satisfying. And there we go. Okay, so anyway, yeah, we're only making compressed helium. So I'll just request compressed helium down here. It's easier to transport anyway. And then just have to make sure I decompress it somewhere in a barreling pump. Tier 1 is almost surely fine. Yeah, you can go there. Might not be beautiful, but it'll get it done. Not really enough room to put you there, so that's kind of my best bet. Anyway, once that's in place, that is literally the last thing, so as soon as you get dropped in here... Actually, why aren't we getting helium in? The truck should have definitely gone out to get the compressed helium, because I do definitely have that. Yep. Full tank worth. 25k right here. Oh, there you go. Okay, so you finally noticed. Anyway, that's gonna bring the helium in. You do have to set your recipe, so that's argon, that one's helium. You do 320 and you produce, or consume 0.3. So yeah, you do like 1,100 of these machines or something. You'll do fine. Okay. So now that I have you, let's copy and paste you out a whole bunch. So 0.04. If I had 100 of you, I would still only be making 4 per second. I don't think I'm gonna have 100 of you. Also, let's have you not output onto a curve there, which then just means you go like that. There we go. And then a bigger tile. And then a bigger tile. There we go. And I'm just filling in however much space I happen to have. Which comfortably seems to be right about there. I can fit a few more in if I really need to, but I think that's about as far as I want to go. There we are. Let's go ahead and fill in this mess in here. Which I guess means I really should have left this filled in too. There we go. Much neater. Looks like we are missing some blue inserters after all that. Honestly, we don't need you to be blue inserters. You can easily be purple. Same here. I was just going with blue because blue's been my default for a while now, but if we're gonna be missing inserters over it, no reason to throw a fit. We can just downgrade. Let's see, starting with the acid. Starting with acid, and so on down the way. And yeah, that looks like we got the last layer in. Now we're missing 100 purples, whatever. Why are we missing inserters? Let's see, you're running. I mean, I guess I do only keep like 200 in stock. I guess I'll raise it to 500? Sure. I guess. Looking for the blues. Actually, you only keep 50. That doesn't seem right. Found the greens. Guess I might as well go ahead and bump you a little bit. Was looking for the blues though. Blue, blue, blue. Where are the blue inserters? Well, good. Okay. Let's try it this way. There you are. Let's also keep like 500 of you. If I'm gonna run into constraints like that, then that's my heads up that I'm gonna need more in the future. Might as well get that taken care of. Okay, and now let's go ahead and get a buffer up at the bot-fed portion of the base for the newest tier of circuit. See, I can continue that way just a smidge and get like one or two more and one or two more over there. Beyond that, it's gonna get a little difficult. I guess this was from before I had logistics. I think I can safely get rid of that and get rid of that. I'll make the bots a little unhappy, but oh well. So one more here, one more up there. Red circuit. Please? I have to set the truck limit, guys. Guys? You're not missing. Always a baffling experience. Like, where have you gone? What have you decided to do? Why is, like, one of the construction bots from the opposite side of the world coming? There you go. Every now and then I come in here and just double check your logistics allowed, because there's been a time or two when I'll look and they haven't been, and that's never all that cool. I guess I could, rather than putting a depot here, extend the road up this way, and then I can get more depots on the side. This was temporary and no longer needs to be here. There we go. Maybe I'll go ahead and get a holographic sign for you as well. And perhaps for you as well. Okay, looks like we're out of batteries. Batteries just aren't coming in. I guess holographic sign for batteries, wherever batteries happen to be. Oh, batteries are made literally right here. Okay, you are already chem plant 3s. You have no carbon fiber. Okay. I realize I keep putting the holographic signs around without actually setting them, but not much I can do about that if the bots take forever to actually place them, so I'm just preemptively placing them, and then someday hopefully I'll notice them and actually set them. So no acrylic, no water, no water. You're getting water delivered. Water delivered, huh? Okay. Is that reasonable? You do need very little water, granted. Okay, I was delivering water at some point. Huh. Okay. Well, let's rework this then. So, up one, back one. Pipe in, pipe in. And then you're gonna be top up. Make it match. Okay, so top up. You're gonna stay at like 30%. Now there should always be water in here. I don't know how long acrylic's been dead for, but hopefully that just jumpstarts things back to normal. Doing my best to find it. Let's just look for... It was carbon fibers, what I was originally looking for. Not carbonara, whatever that's trying to do. I'm pretty sure it was right over here. Yeah, there's the acrylic. And yes, you do have your trucks coming. All we need. You are full of acrylonitrile. That's lovely. We just want water. Guess while I'm sitting here, something I can do is grab a little landfill and just fill in these weird little areas in here. Just makes it a little nicer. There we go. Okay, I assume as soon as the water comes back in, this will just restart. Okay, there it is. I just want to see it work. Yes, this is AstroTurfing. There we go. Okay, so these all kick back to life. Wonderful. There goes that. This should come down. Lovely. Okay. Yeah, we're making alien grass today, and what name could that possibly be other than AstroTurf, right? Nothing even fit. Okay, there we go. It does look like this iron is actually starting to run low. This has been here for quite a long time. I don't even remember exactly what you run to. Oh, you might be... Yeah, I believe you're the old base. Yeah, okay, so I'm not actually all that choked up about you dying if you do happen to go. So, chemistry, science, what's up with you? You need glass. Railway Empire is the only transport game that does market manipulation and have a steam train do 175 miles per hour. Now that would be quite a steam engine. It's more of a steam rocket at that point. Okay, why don't I have glass? Let me set the holographic displays for the circuits first. Let's go red circuit, I guess. Logistics, red, there we go. And then I'll copy you up to the green circuit, as you'll be pretty similar. And then just green. There we are. Okay, so glass. That's gonna be in here somewhere. Yes, okay, so what's up with glass? You have no lime? Oh yeah, I remember looking at something that needed lime. That's because we have no calcite. Because for some reason the trains are not being dispatched to calcite. Also, you never left for some reason. Where are all of my trains, actually? Okay, you're all stuck over here. You're... Okay. So my phosphorus has dried up. Didn't realize that. Didn't realize that. There's some phosphorite way out that way. Tiny amount in there. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to go all the way up here for that phosphorite. Honestly, 45k phosphorite under this little patch right here. I might grab that. Where's 12k phosphorite? Yeah, you know what? Sure. Just short term, I guess. So get rid of that. Give me a miner blueprint. Honestly, a single miner can cover you. So let's see what I can do here. Depot. So... Yeah, honestly, get rid of that. Push the road into, like, here. Put a depot there. Get a mine right there, right there, right there. Okay. So that'll give me a little phosphorite, just temporarily. Where is phosphorite unloading? Okay, so you come up this way. There's phosphorite. I don't have a request for phosphorite ore anymore, it looks like. So let's go ahead and reinstate that somewhere. Okay, if I put you right there, then I can at least have you here that feeds into this chest, which feeds into that chest, and so on. Go ahead and set you to phosphorite while I wait for the bots to come down there. That's going to take half an hour though. And then let's start looking for the actual phosphorite patch. And I don't mean that one. So this one way up here. I could also just send out more scout drones. I haven't done like any of the little scout drones in a while. Maybe that could be worthwhile. Yeah, let's just go ahead and do that. Okay, I do have the tier 3 construction bots available. I don't think I have the materials for you yet. Go ahead and get these marked off. Cellulose and oxygen makes graphite. Cool. If I could go the other way, I would be a little more thrilled, but alas. So let's see. Big ol' cannon. There is also the train. But I don't really have, like, rail loops or anything, which makes that a little less interesting. Anyway, let's get you in there. Some artillery. Oh, scout drones. Copy you. I didn't mean to pick you up, actually. There you are. So now that I have you in the clipboard, and hopefully with ammo as well, I should be able to just pop you into corners like this. You don't have that. Okay. Scout drone in. And of course, the radar coverage goes away. That's what I get for trying to build you as far away as I possibly can. Okay, well, at least I can do that. Grab a scout drone, put you in. Now copy you. Now if I put you here, yes, there are scout drones in you there. And I can do the same over here somewhere. And then over here as well. So within radar range this time. Do that one, and instead, you like down here. Anywhere else? Did I put one down here yet? Doesn't look like it. Get one in that corner and that corner. And one up here. You can go on this little island. There you are. Mostly to just minimize bot travel. One up here as well. Maybe even one like over here somewhere. Yeah, that's probably all I want to do for right now. That's going to be quite a few. No drone in depot. That is true. Okay, now that those are getting built all over the place, let's grab some targeting remote. Those haven't been built yet. I guess I'll wait for those all to get built before I go crazy with the remote. Let's see. Waiting on nucleotides. Okay, I don't really know what to do about that. Nucleotides might just have to become another pipe on the side down here. Because it really doesn't look like the bots are going to be able to distribute that evenly for whatever reason. Let's also, while I'm building stuff, go ahead and grab radar. Because it looks like I am going to have to continue pushing out this way. First, let's grab you guys. Build you out this direction. And then grab radar. And however far out this way I can go, I want to. Though I don't want to accidentally override, like, the beacon or something like that. So I guess I will put you in build range. Does look like we're missing quite a few drones. I guess I wasn't keeping very many in stock. I hope I'm keeping any in stock, actually. Are they actually called drones? Scout drone, yes. Okay. You're missing missiles. That's an interesting one to be missing. Actually, I don't even bring missiles up here. What all are missiles used then? Okay, pretty much nothing. Scout Drone 1 are going to become more important, it looks like, though I don't know how much more important. But yeah, I guess if they're going to be running somewhat often, I might as well put something down here for them. Let's move this out of the way. Put you in here. Upgrade this whole system. And connect in there instead. So you're going to be missiles. Don't think I'm going to need mini trucks, but there you go. What's still missing? Oh, that was you. Okay, that's fine. I guess I will start building train tracks up to this deposit of phosphorite, wherever it even is. You're way up there. Problem is, that's going to be in the way of a lot of stuff. That's going to be in the way of power expanding. Mostly power expanding, but also it does mean I have to continue off this chute here, which means I have to go up here, which is going to be in the way of this area expanding. It's just unfortunate. I'd much rather be able to expand down this way somewhere. In fact, I might get another one of these. Mostly just so I get more range and more shot down to the south. I have so much bauxite. Wouldn't even be that big of a deal. It's just that I've also lost my calcite. So with both calcite and my phosphorite ore down, that's a problem. Oh, but I've got calcite, it's just this. Right. So temporarily, I'll just come in and disconnect you. However much you've got. I do wish I could add a temporary station. Like if I grab you and come up to the unloading station here. Okay, I can do a temporary to that location, just not to that station. Okay, then these guys will wait for eternity. I'll go deal with them. I just need to deal with this guy first. Because you're going to show up and then try and go load up on something else. I think. Okay, so at least I did design you intelligently enough that you don't run off and then go mix ores somewhere, because you won't go fill up if you still have cargo, but since you're still stuck on automatic, they won't pull out of you. So I'll turn you to manual, so they will go ahead and pull out of you. And then once you're empty, I can turn you back onto automatic. But you're still sad. Just go to confused. Same for you. And then you're never gonna believe it, but when the next train comes down, you're gonna go to confused. I was a little too quick on the draw for you, I guess. Let's pull you forward, and then send you off. Carefully break through this area so I don't break anything accidentally. And I think I'll just... Honestly, I might just leave part of this here. So that if I want to come and tap this bauxite patch, I've already got the rails right there ready to go. I just wanted to get rid of the actual station itself. That way trains won't get stuck there accidentally if I do make some sort of mistake. And then here's calcite coming in. Yippee! Yippee woohoo! How many drones? Okay, we're only missing 4 drones at this point, so I think I can go ahead and start laying down some targeting. I do kind of want to focus on this southern area in here. But I will also loop around a couple shots to the north. You saw the game stuttering there, that's just because it's generating tiles. Ideas for a game. Is that, do you have ideas, or are you asking me? There's 1.5 million nickel. 350-ish K phosphorite. A little better than what's up here. No reason I couldn't just take on both. Ooh, there's some phosphorite. Let's get a shell right there. More bauxite. So much bauxite. Always more bauxite. Always more bauxite. Just continue peppering this area with little bits. Try and reveal what I can. We'll see what that does. Asking me, okay. I mean, do you have anywhere to start from? Like, we're playing Factorio, so automation games would be the thing that comes to the forefront of my mind, but I do play other things than automation games as well. And there have been many times in my life when I've gone through phases of wanting to make a game, so I do actually have quite a repertoire. For example, one of the ones that I thought had some potential was an RTS game, built around the idea of being kind of a, well, actually not too dissimilar from this, but being a sort of first generation, like, artificial superintelligence that has to kind of grow your power while under scrutiny and kind of build up your forces, and then there would be kind of an RTS element of like human versus AI, but with the tables flip, where of course you, the human, are playing the AI, and then the game AI is playing the humans, which I thought was kind of funny. Why are you guys stuck? Be manual for a moment. Be manual. Go to confused. No. Drive remotely. Be manual. Back up. Go to confused. What? Huh? Okay, why are you red? Okay, that does make sense, because to get into confused is to come in this way, so you're supposed to be going somewhere else. So let's manually drive you a little bit. Just get you out of the way. Then can I send you to confused? No, you literally don't have the ability to turn around. Oh, and then you're stuck. Huh. Well, let's just pick you up. So, where are you going? You're attempting to get somewhere. Let's just pick you up. And then you're trying to load. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what happened to you exactly, but let's just get rid of you guys. And then I'll just place new trains up here. You can't get to confused. That is a fair point. You certainly cannot. Yep, didn't even think about that. Interesting. Why can you not get to Calcite? Like, you should be getting that signal, like you're connected. Why are you not? Oh, empty cargo, that is correct. Circuit, yes, that is correct. Maybe because you're not stopped here. Yeah, that's the problem. Okay. Okay. And then train. There's the next generation there. Okay, how are you guys coming along? You have no batteries. That's probably traceable back to the phosphorite issue. Which I did want to come up here now that the shells have landed. Okay, 500,000 right there. That's what I want to see. And then 300k, 300k, actually like 600k. Another 300k. Yeah, that's much better. Alright, let's aim for this one because it's easier to get my rail tracks down that way. Yeah, like this one's also really good, but for right now let's aim for this one, and then I might also hit that one next time I need new ore. In which case, I really might go ahead and delete this, even though I just saved it, like 10 minutes ago. Let's do that. Make sure you are a correct T and that I haven't broken you somehow or something. And then we'll get a straight. So the straight does break things. I guess I could try and do a joiner piece. No, that's not gonna work. Yeah, I have to do that, and then pick you up and move you down. Because of course that's how all good rail blueprints should work. They should be intensely manual and require constant adjustment. And we're already at the edge of radar range. Don't even remember where I'm going, to tell you the truth. This landmass right here. Okay. See, if I put you there, I can try and just drag you down a bit. That way it's at least queued for when the radar gets placed. And while they're doing that, what can I be working on? So red circuits do kind of seem to be working. Let's go trace down batteries wherever they happen to be. Let's just look for battery. There you are. It's practically staring right at you. So battery. Let's grab you. So battery 1. I need to get rid of that. There we go. And then logistics, battery. Okay. So you're still missing carbon fiber. Okay, I'm fixed carbon fiber forever ago. Still missing water. Why would that be? How could that be, honestly? Yeah, okay. That is a one-directional water pipe. That would help explain that. 84 out of 144. Out of 144. It would be ideal if I could just upgrade all the water pipes and then not have to worry about it. Okay, you're already upgraded through there. Let me see if I can upgrade all of you through here. You're a bit of a snaking path, so it's a little difficult to say for sure. But I think I got all of you on the top. And then all of you down there. Okay, so things should still be getting placed. You are tier 4 all the way that way, even though you still say 144s. Okay, there's a little connection over here that I missed. And over here that I missed. Oh, and of course all of this, though I think I'm already on the other side of a pump by now. You don't even go anywhere. We'll continue upgrading you just in case I need to, but I don't think that I do. Okay, you're all tier 4. You are not yet. So bots still might be on their way. Yeah, this is still queued for replacement. Somehow the bots, even though we're literally in the place where the pipes are being made, the bots still have not decided to do that yet. We have the pipe. Yeah, I don't even see a construction bot on the way to do that. Crazy. Crazy, crazy. Oh, and we have pipes up here waiting to be replaced as well. How is that possible? No idea, honestly. Like, can I... Let's see. Current construction. There you go. So, where was water? And... Let's see. I guess I will go ahead and begin updating some of these pipes, just for fun. Though these aren't actually important. I would just like to eventually have everything updated. So I might as well start making some piecemeal efforts through all of this stuff. It's mostly these pumps to the north that I want to get rid of. Still 144. Are you connected to a tank or something somewhere? No, we're just waiting for those. There we go. And 627. Okay, very good. That means you can go, and that pipe can go there. Okay. Do I have any other water sources? So that's saline water. Yes. Okay, so here's the water coming from power. So that's my main water source from up in this way, and that should be more than enough water production for this area. So you should pretty much always be full of water once that gets placed in. Oh, get rid of that. And there we go. Yep, you're filling up. So now acrylic, wherever it was, should have all the water its little aqua heart desires. Let's go ahead and bump you up. Okay. Get rid of that. And you are gonna be carbon fiber. Just makes you a little easier to find later. There we go. So that should hopefully jumpstart batteries once that gets restarted. Yep, water is the only thing you're missing, and that's the only thing you're missing, so we're all cool. We do have quite a few processors, it looks like, anyway. It's not like we're slacking. I wonder what else I need for Tier 3 bot. I do have a little construction area for them up here somewhere. But working on the constructions, we've got prerequisites on the way. Also, all of these should, by this point, be the next tier higher of module. In fact, most all of this should. We're just missing a measly 400 of them at the moment. Because, okay, you do require red processors, so you should have those. Like, you absolutely should have those. Your chest is full. That would do it. That would make sense. Why are you times 100? That's definitely not right. You're probably meant to be times 10 or something. Times 100's a little much. That's why I always have these trash unrequested. That way you can make adjustments on the fly like that. Like you definitely should not be times 100. Don't know how that happened. Okay, that must be in the blueprint itself, which is a bit of an issue. If I come into you, small, parameters, no? What? That doesn't show up at all? Okay, whatever. It's fine. I'm not that tore up about it. Anyway. We do have Robot Frame 3s coming in, which is cool. Construction Bot 3s are likewise ready to be made. These are somehow my very first Robot Frame 3s. Oh, I guess relays probably take red circuits. That would make sense. These are ready to go. There's my first Construction Bot 3. Let's go. I'm not ready to transition over to them yet or anything. But it is nice to see them coming in. Let's try and keep 200 of each just on the ready. And then you, likewise, will keep like 300 of. I'm sure we'll need you for something else as well. Let's look. You're used in Chassis 4, Jetpack, Robot. And what are you? Okay, not actually as much as I was thinking. You're pretty much only used in actual bots. The previous tiers are used as ingredients and other things, so I figured these would too, but I guess not. Okay, well, that's going at least. You're full on sodium hydroxide again. That does just seem to be a matter of us filling up over here, likely because this is mostly empty. I mean, it's staying full enough. Yeah, it's staying full enough. I do want to make sure that, batteries, wherever batteries are, yes, we do have 52 batteries, so that fix did come in. We've got carbon fiber in, so we are all cool. Does kind of look like I might need to add more help here somehow. Like, what if I do something up here? Output priority to the right. And then you underground this way. Yeah, I'm trying to think about how to do this best. So, starting from there. Blue split. Input priority on the bottom. We already prioritized the bottom here, so let's actually input priority from the top. And then we'll also have a lane come this way. And come in. And then input priority U from the bottom. Because that's actually like a waste product that we need to deal with. So I guess it's not that bad if I don't. I just prefer to be able to deal with it. By waste product I mean the brine. We can dump the brine over here. I would just prefer to be able to make use of it. And then let's go ahead and upgrade you guys down this way. and give you all exactly one speed module as well. There we go. Also, you guys, I just realized I've been thinking of you as a green belt this entire time, but are, in fact, a blue belt. At least, up to there. There we are. Go ahead and upgrade that as well. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, that way this lane does prioritize here, but can output through the bottom. And then if that's the only place that that can go, then this lane backs up in here and must output here instead. So we did give that like a pressure release valve of sorts, and that can come down here. And it does look to be working just fine. In fact, I might need to upgrade this pump if these were all running at the same time. Each of you can do about 500, so with 10 of you, that's just shy of 5,000. Which means perhaps those guys also need an upgrade. Not a copy, an upgrade. Though I guess that's only half of them each direction, so it shouldn't really matter, but oh well, you have the ability to do both sets now. Also, I assume you have enough water. These guys are probably capable of keeping up. That would be 3.8 thousand. Each one of you does 475, and there's 10 of you, so I am making 4.7k. And it doesn't look like anything else uses that water, so I don't know why I overbuilt water so much, but yeah, we are definitely fine on the water front. Does look like we're easily handling all the hydroxide now. We're just trying to get through the massive backlogs again. But yeah, that's fine. Glycerol is going to be hungry for acid. Yes, it is. And that's probably what amino acids... No, you're hungry on ammonia. I think you're just running, though, aren't you? Yeah, you're just running, so you're fine. You're hungry for amino acids. And sugar is running, okay. Well, that's enough messing with the tech side of things. Let's see if I can't get some of the chemical side of things going. So, we've got the grass genome from last time. Let me go ahead and finish off my coffee before I go any further. Okay, so like I was saying, we've got the grass genome. We can use that to make a grass progenitor, which of course is going to take amino acids, which we don't have. But I just gotta start putting machines down, I guess, and then the grass progenitor we will use to make the first of the grass, and then we can use the grass we make from that to make the future grass. Grass progenitor, there we are. So you need 2 items, nope, 3 items, and 3 liquid inputs, and then you have 1 item output and 1 fluid output. So 3 and 3, 1 and 1. Huh. What if I made you too tall, just out of curiosity? How does that affect things? Okay, I could get an inserter in there still. And then if the belt's up this high, that works. I could also put the belt here and just underground it, but I think I prefer this approach. Yeah, that works. So those connect. This doesn't even need to be an underground. Which I guess is going to be true for you as well. Nope. You need underground, because then otherwise you'll connect with that. Then you can be the output. Drop 2 away. You get offset. Do I need anything else? That's 1, 2, 3 inputs, 1 output, item output. You do need 3 item inputs now that I think about it. But funny enough, there's this space right here where I can get 1 more inserter. And 1 more row of belts fits perfectly. Look at that. Yep, okay, that just works fine. If I grab you tile, I can get yield modules in you. And let's actually start with the tier 1s. There we go. I want to start with the tier 1s because we don't have the tier 2s yet. And I would like to have some modules in here before I hook it up. And also the tier 2s are really slow. So I'll upgrade to them when I can. But for right now, let's just try and build out what I can with the tier 1s. And even then, it's not like they're actually tier 1s, they're more like, yeah, it even calls them tier 2s. Because there's kind of this tier 0 here, so I guess if you call that module 1, then this is module 2. Okay. So once again, sugar, cellulose, grass genome, protocell, amino acid, fatty acid. So the only thing we don't need is nucleotides. There we go. Don't do that over the road, please, but that's fine. Okay. I didn't really leave you any room for requests now that I'm thinking about it, so I might have to drop you down. How far? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's drop you 9 tiles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Actually, I already have the belt, so up 2, because I was kind of trying to account for those belts. Miscounted somehow. So once again, 1, at least 2. Let's say 2 there. Just give me a little bit of wiggle room. So you come from up top. I don't have either of you anymore, so I'll be bringing both of you in. I don't think I have sugar. Nope. I have protocells, I have amino acids, I have fatty acids. Okay, so I have my 3 fluids. Have you? I just need those 2. But most I need 2. Okay. Yeah, I don't have any of the other guys, so I do need to bring those in, which is sugar and cellulose. I don't have regular sugar in the system, so it will have to be boxed sugar. And then cellulose. And I'm just using 8 trucks as a decent default. I doubt I'm going to need that many, but... well, now I have that many. I think, sugar and cellulose can share a belt down here. And then the genome can take the top belt. So, let's see. So the grass genome itself is not used in anything other than the tree genome. So it does take 2 grass genomes per. There's a better recipe later, but that's likely much later. Interesting, interesting. Just trying to figure out, once again, what I need to continue down and what I can dead end. And it does look like I need to continue the grass genome down. I don't really want to provide it into a supply depot for a single recipe down the line, so it just gets to be a belt. You're going to be right in the way, huh? What if I put you on the other side of the pipes? Or even just in line with the pipes? No, if I'm trying to carry you down, I don't want to put you in line with the pipes. That would be very silly. So you go here. Split you there. And you continue down this way. Very good. Go ahead and immediately underground you there. That way you're out of the way of these guys. And they can output unimpeded. There we go. So that'll get you all 3 of your item inputs, and then I just need to wire in your fluid inputs. So there's protocells. Go ahead and put a pump on these inputs to separate out the very long pipe extents we are sure to get. Even with the black pipes, that's a useful consideration. Fatty acids want to be right here. That's right in the way of protocells. I guess I'll figure out the position of the pumps later, or I can do the pump right there. That works. There we are. And then you last. So amino acids connect right there. Oh, cool. And what are you? Wastewater. Okay, do I have wastewater anywhere nearby? Yes, I do. Once again, let's put a pump right there. And out you go. And of course, you don't have substations, so let's remedy that issue real quick. There you go. It's a little hard to tell where those connect sometimes, but we got there in the end. Continue you down to map edge, I guess. And I might as well go ahead and throw this down. Why wouldn't I, after all? And then the same for you. Okay. So, you will get power once all this gets placed in. You have your modules. You already have your fluid input. You just need your item input. One of your items is already here. Oh, two of your items is already here. Oh yeah, and that doesn't work. I didn't need to break that inserter. I just, panicked. There we go. I forgot you were boxed. Could have wound up with a bunch of box sugar on the belt, which wouldn't have exactly been a travesty, but also wouldn't have been super cool, you know? I think I can probably do with a purple there. Anyway, that'll get me... Yes, my only thing remaining is sugar, and that will be here very shortly. I think I want my supply depot right here. Do I even want you? No, you're grass progenitors. I don't need you in a supply depot. I might need you in a supply depot. Interesting. So I need you for grass. I will need you for horticulture drones eventually. I guess I'll do the same thing I did up there somewhere. I don't need you in a depot. I can just put you in a supply chest. Should be well enough. Okay, so you are running. You need amino acids. That's because you aren't connected. There you go. Go ahead and do that to get the bots working on that area up there. Okay. So once you're placed, that's all you need. You just need amino acids. So you guys are all cool. I can go ahead and begin tiling you. Let's grab from there. Extend to there. Fix your belts. Fix your pipe. And should be good. No, somehow that keeps not quite working. Ah, because you're too short. Now if I grab you, over to here, now do you work? Yes you do, okay. So I don't even know how many of these I'm gonna need, I'm just assuming it's a lot. If I overbuild a little bit now, oh well, who cares. Yeah, you are a 200 second crafting, and you only get slower once the modules are in place. So let's go ahead and make large beacons part of you. This might be a recipe where raising you 2 squares would be worthwhile. I could raise you 2 squares. I could make that work. Yeah, I'm gonna try. So grab all of that. One, two. Okay, because then you get hit from these beacons up top, and I can put beacons down on the bottom that will hit you. Okay, so that can go away. You just output there. You output to that. Nope, the inside. Well, okay, you can be the inside instead. That works. Still need a boxer. There you are. All the pipes should still be connected, I believe. You don't connect anymore. But now you do. Okay. That all connects. And there we go. Problem solved. I am thinking about how it takes, for the algae, it was taking 3 blue inserters to fully clear a red belt, but I guess I don't really need to fully clear this belt in any circumstance, so that should do just fine. Yeah, I think that's more than enough right there. Okay, is there anything else I need to do? So, you're in range now. That should be all of your inputs taken care of. Let's go ahead and get beacons down on this side. I wonder if I just copy you down, do you still reach? Yes you do. That way I don't have to do anything. Let's try not to build on you, but I think that might be a losing battle. We have so much bauxite everywhere. Like, there's just so much bauxite everywhere. I'm not that worried about it. We do have to wait for all of this to get placed before I can see final production numbers. I may even be able to get another line built down here. I vertical flip you. I think I could get that to work. I might occasionally lose a machine just to the way that tiling with the substation works, being unable to get an input, but like, like right there. Like that one machine to the right of the RoboPort, if I were to place this here, would not get input on the far belt. But I might have to do that anyway. You're really slow. Oh, also, you showed yourself reaching, and you don't reach. What do you mean? Like, I checked. I looked. Okay, well, cool. Well, let's move you up then. There you are. Guess I have to do that the whole way down. Fortunately, there's not too many. Yeah, there we go. There's only like 6 or something. Well, anyway, we're waiting on cellulose for some reason. I guess there's no cellulose coming in. That's because algae's full on fatty acid again. I will have to find a more permanent way to get rid of that than just clearing the pipes. I can go ahead and get the bots to help out temporarily, though. And I'm sure there's some grass genomes spread around as well. Yep, looks like they're able to do that much with no problem. So they say. There they go. Okay. And there we go. So there's the first of the grass progenitors being made. So once I have a grass progenitor, then I can move on to grass itself, which is made in a hydro plant. Okay. So let's see, I want to run as few of these as I possibly can. So I primarily want this recipe, which is going to run on fertilizer, ground landfill, grass seed, freshwater, air. Let's just put you down as reference. So fertilizer is made from cellulose, algae, ammonia, nitric acid, phosphoric acid. That's not kind to me at all. That's not kind to me at all. Okay. Oof. Did I ever make fertilizer? I can't imagine that I did. No. Just because that actually takes quite a few things that I did not continue down here. You need to be made in a chemical plant, cellulose, algae, and then the chemicals. So cellulose, I will have. Algae, I did not continue a belt down for. So let's see, I could have a belt at that height without too much issue. Right here, yeah. Let's mark you like there. Okay. So priority output, I guess, does go to science. I think that does make sense. And then I want you here. That'll have to be green underground, I guess. We'll deal with that in a second. But in you go. Grab a greenie. And down you go. Let's see, that's grass progenitor right here. That's algae. So let's see. So the grass seed is made in a Crusher 3 alternative recipe. Is that the only way to make grass seed? Are we sure about this? Okay, so you're made in a Crusher 3. There's no other, like, harvesting recipe or anything, so it's just this one. I just wanted to double check because Algae had 2 different ways to get algae spore, but apparently you do not. Fair enough. So I can actually go ahead and build a permanent setup for you then. Okay. So you take 4 grass and output 16 grass seed. Grass 2 takes 15 grass seed and outputs 8 grass. So it's pretty much a straight 50% gain. I mean, yeah, that's That's pretty good. It just doubles the grass with every recipe. Very nice. Brown landfill. That's made from bauxite and gravel. You could also be made in these ways. Gray landfill cellulose bacterial culture. I do have that one available. Okay, so I assume this is the one that it wants me to make, because the other ones don't really make any sense. Sand and gravel. I could see a universe where that could happen, or I could make you from sludge, but I just don't know. I wouldn't want to trust that one. This one seems safer, but more expensive. You do take cellulose. You take bacterial culture, which is not great. Not great, to put it lightly. So this stuff is also used in the second fertilizer recipe, so it's not like I don't want it at all. I also get a better landfill with you eventually. Just takes a long time. You're another source of this effluent, though. Yeah, that's a tough one. So 1 sand, 5 gravel, compared to 10 sand and 2 gravel. That's a 4, and this is a 2. That would be the equivalent of 2 sand, 10 gravel. Okay, so it's just inverted. Yeah, that's a little tough. I'm sure the concrete recipes are probably technically more efficient. It does look like the tree recipes take hand landfill anyway. Like specifically tan landfill. So I do want to be producing a good amount of tan landfill, it looks like. Okay, I guess that's just something I'm doing. So, quick detour to go set up tan landfill, of all things. Trying to figure out the best way to do that. Because I do have my standard area down here that's producing landfill, but we're a little boxed in. And this wasn't ever really made to be expandable. I guess if you're gonna be... for... I can't look at numbers and speak at the same time, apparently. If you're gonna be for science, I do want productivity in you. So I am missing all of those, it looks like. I do think I make those. They probably just take modules I don't have. Yeah, okay, so you take the module tier 3, which I'm missing like 400 of, but we should be capable of producing. Yeah, we were originally missing like 400 of you, that's down to like 320. Oh yeah, you saw it drop. So we will get there eventually, and I'm assuming we're making the tier 2 speed as well. Okay. So here's what I'm thinking. I upgrade this lane, so you still get priority. I might even output priority left that way, so only the remainder goes this way. And then... I could just change this bottom row here to be tan landfill. Like, that does work. I can just move you down here, and then set filters on you. So then, get rid of that, use filter. This is going to be tan landfill. You're going to output down. Okay. And then, same for you, get rid of that, use filter. And landfill. And right there. Yeah, okay, and then just change these across the bottom to tan landfill. And I guess I'll look at this recipe, just see how much better it is. So reinforced concrete with nickel oxide rutile solvent epoxy. So it's 60. So basically none of this. You just feed it concrete, a little bit of catalyst, and it turns yellow. And then tin sand turns into 20 landfill instead of tin sand into 4 landfill. That is pretty significant. And then gray, instead of taking sand, takes concrete. Like, this is my method of getting rid of these things, but I do have other methods for getting rid of them as well. Oh, that's not where I wanted you. So let's see what happens. If I regret this, I can always change it later. There we are. So this no longer needs to be sand up this way. And you no longer need gravel. Let's leave the middle one, I guess. There we go. So then... yeah, you do need like 6 a second of this yellow concrete. So what if I requested in the concrete down here? And then the bots can bring in the other ingredients, because we need very little. Though we do need 2 fluid ingredients, that is true. Let's see how far I can get with that. And then what did you need? You just need concrete. So you can just be right here and just have a new belt. Yeah, let's just swap you. There you are. And then I guess I'll at least be consistent. There we go. So you'll request concrete. Let's see, you're made in a chemical plant with 2 liquids and reinforced concrete. Okay, so those can come in from bots, that's fine. There we go. So this one is epoxy, which makes this one solvent. Don't imagine I'll need more than like 4 trucks or something for this. I think that's probably already pretty overkill. The reinforced concrete, on the other hand, you might need a few. Let's just give you, like, 10. Oh, not that it matters, though, because you're going to get rid of it once I select the recipe. There we go. Okay. I guess I'll go ahead and give you productivity modules. I can't. Never mind. Okay. You're gonna make 3.3 a second anyway. And these guys collectively... Let's see what it is with these modules instead. I can't make those modules yet. Okay, 3.6. So that's going to be 9 plus 2, so 11. So I would need 11 per second for these to run at full uptime. Yeah, that's going to be a little more than one of you, I guess. That's not quite what I wanted to see. Can't be used, yeah. Well, speeds aren't really going to do anything here, so I can at least get one more recipe up here. Change you and you. So, long drop and long drop. Alternate. Underground to that, pretty much as far as I can. And then that would come up in here and there. So even still, that's only 6 2/3. That's enough for just less than 2 of you. But I think with speed I will be able to get there. Go ahead and upgrade, maybe not the belt, maybe that's a little silly, but the inserter, the output there, probably. Well, I guess I can just put more blues. So, right, and then left and left. There you go. So your input, on the other hand, and then likewise your output. Okay, and then you do still need the requester. So, right there. Oh. Kind of thought you were one further down. Oh well. Oh good, okay. So I guess I don't put rutile into a chest anywhere. Sure. And... sure. Alright, let's go hunt down rutile. I think that's right down here. Yeah, look at you. Well, just like right there will do, I suppose. There you are. Perfect. Oh yeah, we don't have substation coverage down here, so I guess you will need actual power poles of some sort. Have fun. We are getting the deliveries. They're taking a second, but they are coming. Other than... okay, you're already here, so we've got you. You're just waiting on power. And then that'll give us yellow concrete. Let's get one stack of you removed to clear the belt here. Gotta clear your excess as well. That's true. Actually, you're gonna be full of stuff you don't need anymore. Like you. And then that means we have to pick up the belts. Come on, guys, you got this. You can do it. Also, I just realized. I guess I don't need you. You can just be on. And I will instead control the belt. That way I can get rid of that one remaining reader, so I don't have to worry about the logistics drone mod. But more importantly, this is kind of in the way. Okay, I can at least underground you there. Then I can get rid of that. And then supply depot and supply depot. Okay. There. So the problem is that I need a higher throughput now. Just bots here isn't quite gonna cut it. So I do need the logistics drones to be able to have access to this. And let's go ahead and filter you to gray landfill. And then you to tan landfill. There we are. Okay, so that one goes away. And then you pick up from below and output there. Then it looks like this needs upgrade. Let's see, you do output like almost 30 per second. Let's just go ahead and upgrade you to green so I don't have to think about numbers, and upgrade your outputting inserters as well. That can go away, actually. You can go there. And I don't need you anymore. So we will gradually consume whatever's in this chest. Let's see. Yeah, 8 output. So there we go. Yeah, you're gonna need a little more, I think. There you go. That's 24 output on each side of the belt. Hopefully 2 green inserters is going to be able to deal with that. It would probably help if I actually set you to be something. So you're going to be regular old concrete. And now that you're important, don't I have better recipes for you? I have a concrete 2, which takes calcium chloride solution. Let's see, sand, gravel, cement. Sand, gravel, cement. Just adding calcium chloride. So let's see, that's 7 sand, 15 gravel to 20 concrete. This is... Okay, equivalently, that would be 8 sand, 16 gravel. Such a small decrease. It does also take 1 less cement. I mean, it's not like it's not worth it, I guess. I don't have to redo any of my belts or anything, I just have to redo the pipes. Even then, not a lot. So I can redo that, and then I just have to move these guys, which means moving those pipes up there. That's not exactly a big deal. Let's do one side at a time so I can avoid picking up the belt in the middle. So move you over. And then move you over. And then I can just copy that. Delete you. And vertical flip. Just make sure you line up. Yeah, somehow the belts even still reach up there, but not down here. Something doesn't seem right. Ah. That's because you were meant to be over there. That's fine. There you go. Oh, that also... Okay, just... Never mind. We'll just do the same thing. So grab all of you, move you in one, then grab you and move you in one as well. That was much easier than all the flipping and stuff I was trying to do. Okay, there we go. And then I just need to move the stuff. So 1, 2, and then move you over 1. Of course, the whole point of this is that I'm going to have another pipe in here. Oh, you're gonna be like that? I mean, okay. I guess that's okay. I'll have to do some reworking in here, but it won't be too bad. Yeah, okay. Let's just go ahead and do that, and then I can tile it out however much I need to. So, copy you, do the outsides. Water's still fine. You can go away. Then connect you across. Let's go ahead and upgrade these pipes in there so I can use my hotbar pipes. Okay. Wasn't too bad at all. And then I have to copy you up here. Wait. I want to do you. What if I vertical flip you here? And then you can just be exactly the same down here. I could even just underground here. Like so. And then just connect. Yeah, that works. Just clean up the little weird bits here and there. Oh, there's lots of stuff that doesn't quite belong in here, so let's go ahead and clear that up. We might actually get a little bit more once some of these belts get spliced down. So let's move you, like, here. It's a little closer to where your storage is, but still keeps you centered on where your production is. Anyway, I do have to get calcium chloride solution up here. No idea if I can just pipe that or if I need to bring that up somehow. So let's find where you are first. Okay, calcium chloride. So where do you go? You go up into this tank, and that's kind of as far north as you go. You just go straight down all the way. Fair enough. Can I get you into a supplier somewhere? This is overflow. Okay, you're also just like excess output and all. Okay. Wait, why are you overflow? Ah, because I also send you out that way. Okay, that makes sense. You have no lime. Interesting. Why not? How is this a mixed belt? That doesn't make any sense. Let's just clean you up. Yeah, there's one on there too. None back here though. How odd. Must still be an artifact from when I changed this belt out. Because there was a different recipe for calcium chloride up here. You can see this calcium chloride too, and it did used to take calcium carbonate instead of lime. And I guess this is still just contaminated from all the way back then? I really have no idea. Anyway, so we have you coming this way. Go ahead and update that, and then there's this perfect opportunity right here to put a fluid depot. So let's grab a fluid depot. Pop you like right there. Make the road a little smaller. Okay, anyway, that's where we can provide it from. Here's concrete. So you need very little per second, so it shouldn't be too difficult to just request that in. Let's just mirror this on this side. So actually, that's not quite gonna work if I want to put a requester here. You'll just have to go right there. I'll actually just lower you a square, because that works out much better for me. You're going to be calcium chloride. And we have to wait for you to get placed. Okay, that's probably road, but I can dream. Yep. How did I know? I'm just that good. There we go. Okay. We'll go ahead and give you a full 8 trucks, though. Just in case. I did somehow break your water connection. I don't remember where your water was coming from. Coming from you, it looks like. Go ahead and upgrade all these water pipes through here. Just because, why not? You have a power pole in the way. That probably wasn't where your water was coming from. Granted, I don't see any other water in here either, so... And there's an underground facing up this way. Okay, then. I'll just move all of your power poles. Yeah, it's not like there's any water up here for any reason, so... Sure. I guess you're still waiting on fuel. There's a fuel depot literally right here. Oh, that, or maybe it's just not hooked up correctly over here. Let's see. You have no line. Yeah, this is predominantly calcium chloride. Okay, you know what? I'm going to put a filter here. That doesn't make any sense. Where does this belt even start? Ah! Yeah, that'll do. That'll do it. That solves that problem. That's been a mystery for a long time. I keep encountering that problem, and I'm always so confused. I can't figure out how I could possibly be doing that. But, there we go. I guess I finally figured it out. So let's grab you. Pick up from far away. And I guess just throw you into an active provider for now. That should cycle the calcium carbonate back where it belongs. Looks like that one mine somewhere where I had phosphorite might have been exhausted. Unfortunately, I don't remember where that was. Yeah, I don't see the ore anywhere anymore. And I truly have no idea where that could have been. Well, not like it matters any great deal. It was a small amount of ore I just wanted to grab anyway. Oh yeah, I was extending rails down this way. I just ran out of build coverage earlier. And I'm still out of build coverage. So let's grab another radar. I did put another radar up here somewhere. I just also dragged the rails further down, so guess they at least placed the rails that I tried to drag. Maybe I'll go ahead and do a little more of that. That does go right over a nickel or iron patch that I might like to tap at some point, but I can't really be bothered to go around it right now. Maybe I should, though. Maybe I should. Yeah, it's not like I can delete it without map coverage, so it doesn't even matter. Where were we down here? So, grass progenitors are running just fine. We have a couple down this way. Oh yeah, I was working on landfill, and that's how that whole thing wound up, because we need fertilizer. let's just do that. I could, of course, also do that. I believe those are actual grid roboports, yes. So while all of these do have to stay power poles, I could change these out. Just have to wait for them to actually get placed. Oh, also, you've moved. I didn't even notice. Which means, yeah, those would have to move as well. Which means upgrading you as well. And now it makes more sense why nothing was working. There we go. Same down here, so let's move. Well, you can just go away and be replaced. There. I mean, realistically, I just need to move you down one, I guess. All that really needed to happen. And now it kind of looks like there was no purpose in making these substations. I guess I can get rid of that power pole. But other than that, all the other power poles need to stay in place because they power other things. Like, even though this substation covers most of this, we still need these power poles so I can have this power pole. And then same over here. So, oh well. Yeah, all we need now is calcium chloride solution. Which is connected. Yes, it is. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we just need to actually be making it. So, where would that be? Why am I so locked? There we go. Okay, so calcium chloride is being made. Okay, fantastic. You love to see it. This stuff is running. Fantastic. Cool. You're backwards. Awesome. Cool. Okay, we also need you for making gypsum. Interesting. Why am I making gypsum here? Apparently even I don't know, because it never goes anywhere. I guess I haven't needed it, so it hasn't mattered. Okay, so this got placed. You are already full, so concrete should already be on the way. Let's see, where is concrete? There you are. Yes, all of your trucks are dispatched and should be on the way. So let me see, with that out of the way, I'm gonna go ahead and get some displays here for the two different concretes. I will have to space them out just a smidge to make it a little more legible from map view. Does look like you are able to run full time. If only just barely. Oh, okay, so you do sometimes stop. Doesn't seem to be a fault with these guys. They seem to be keeping up well enough. we're just... Yeah, we're only making 10 2/3, and these guys are taking like 11? Yeah, so that's basically enough. You, however, are not nearly enough. Let's get you upgraded. Yeah, you need like 13 input per second or something crazy. Let's go ahead and get you. Drop down. There you go. You actually need more concrete than gravel, weirdly enough. Still, yeah, you do need like 4 items a second. So I might actually swap the order there. Have 2 for the concrete, and then only 1 for the gravel. Okay. Looks cool to me. So these guys are running. These guys are running. That's making the different kinds of landfill that we need. That's all that I really care about. We're probably burning through our reinforced concrete pretty quickly. No idea where that's even made. And it's kind of expensive. And that is the only recipe for it. Oh yeah, reinforced is down here. So each one of you... I think I do make flotation cell 3s. Let's go ahead and get you upgraded. Might as well get all of these upgraded. In most of their cases, I'm just going to add more productivity to them. But these guys, I will try adding a speed to, and just see how that gets. You know, let's see where that takes me. Doesn't look like we're missing any of that stuff, so it should just come in. Let's see. Oh yeah, we're working through our backlog pretty quickly. So, up, and down, and down. Each one of you now produces 1.6 per second. Yeah, there's 8 machines. That's still only just over 12 per second. How many am I consuming? Like, almost 11. So, pretty much all of it, but unless it becomes a problem, I'm gonna say it's good enough. Concrete. Likewise, we have quite a few machines for you, and each one of you produces 2.5 per second. I can't imagine you are a problem. Like, you've got to be doing pretty well. Okay, so anyway, that gives me both of the fertilizers. Or, that gives me the ingredients that I will need for fertilizer. Or I guess it wasn't fertilizer that needed that? Is it just brown landfill? Yeah, it was brown landfill. So now I need to combine both of those with sludge in a crusher to get brown landfill, or I could try and combine just gray with cellulose, bacteria culture, and fresh water. I'm sure this is probably meant to be the better recipe, I'm going to try this one first and just see what happens though. So let's see where sludge is. So that doesn't connect to anything anymore. That can go away. Okay, so this is incoming sludge here. But you are on an overflow. And then we top up this line over here. Okay, so this was the old aluminum, or bauxite, so this has finally bit the dust. It can go away now. Go ahead and get all that filled in. Okay, anyway. Following the line of sludge down, continuing to upgrade it specifically. That's just for you guys. Okay. I think I want to provide sludge down here. Technically, I could just do that. Okay, so let's see. So that was you guys. That's whatever sludge is up here. That's funneled into here. There's sludge down this way. So again, you're pop up. Okay, so we produce the sludge down here. It comes up here. Good. We don't have the wastewater thing that produces the sludge anymore, so I can actually just change you into an overflow, and then also provide sludge down here. I could put you like over here or something, but let's keep you, at least try and keep you out of the way a little bit. Oh, also, you have more sludge that comes from down this way. Very cool, okay. So at least I've done a seemingly decent enough job of keeping all of the sludge processes, like, localized. Oh, we've got even more sludge coming in from over that way. Okay, anyway. So that's you. How about this area down here? That's the heavy water processing, okay. So you don't have a pump that's easy enough to work in. You're going to be overflow. And you literally already have one water supplier thing over here. So let's get this one as well. And then I can just do that. I think that's pretty much all of them. What are you doing? I don't care about you. You're fine. If I need that much more sludge, then yeah, I'll reconsider at that point. Anyway. Let's find landfill. So I am already providing these two up here, but what I think I might also do is just bring sludge up into this area and see just how much I can do with just this guy. I might want more than one machine though. Let me just experiment. Also, what are you? You're like right in the way. You're supposed to be carbon dioxide. Do you actually have carbon dioxide on you anymore? Does look like you do, okay. sure I could just move you if I wanted, though. Let's go ahead and start upgrading some of these pipes. Just for fun. Okay, so I don't want to move those. So what if I was over here instead? I can work with that. There we go. Then just connect you in down there. Okay. Easy enough. And then I can get rid of all of this mess in the middle. And everything else is mostly the same. In fact, can I just break you? Not quite. Okay, whatever. That's fine. Oh, that's not fine. That's where I was trying to clear you from. Well, what if I brought you over here instead? Yeah, sure. Whatever, fine. At that rate, I really should just move you over. Like, I realize this is unnecessary. Who's going to care except for me, but the problem is, I will care. There we go. Okay, now, finally, let's grab one of you. And just start looking at numbers here. So... Interestingly, I could also make you from brown concrete and crushed bauxite. But I could also make you from 3 gray and 2 tan landfill and a little bit of sludge. I am curious what brown concrete entails. You're yellow and red concrete. Red concrete is not that bad. It really isn't. It just means even more concrete, unfortunately. Which I would rather avoid. Especially since this is a science product. But like, that's probably the way to go, I've got to admit. That's probably just objectively the right way to do this, but we're gonna try it this way first. So let's see. Okay. I've filtered them specifically so that they don't fight over like one particular resource, like they aren't both trying to pick up gray or something like that, because that's a little bit silly. And you could output 20 per second. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I could put you right there. Output into you. Drop that down. Get a fluid requester in here. You need 60 sludge a second to run at full uptime. I could... yeah. Okay, instead of providing here, let's just cut that. And I can run a line straight up into here. There we go. And this request depot, let's rearrange you down this way. The whole point being I wanted to get a pump in here. And then you're going to be a top-up. Come on, you got this. You can do it. Okay, so... Sludge. There you are. 8, because you're fluid. Okay. I probably should have already gotten productivity modules in you, but let's go ahead and do that anyway. So, I mean... yeah, that's not too bad. It's also not like we're stealing from these guys up here. We're just taking off the belt, so if they happen to get it first, then sure. My point being, even then we're running at like plenty full speed. Not an issue. And even with all that productivity, we're still outputting more than 12 a second. So I don't know how many we're going to need down here, but I'd say 12 per second's probably pretty good. Grass 2 requires for every 8 grass, but really 4. Because 4 of you then just has to be recycled. So every, like, output of 4 grass, we need 2 landfill. So it's basically a 1-to-2 ratio. Which is not that great, actually. Because the science pack takes 1 per second. So then we would need... okay, well, we're making like 12 per second. So assuming we're not making our way through a giant backlog or anything, we only need like half of 1 per second if we want 1 science per second. So that should be perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. Okay. Fertilizer is a little tougher. That can just be done down below. We've got the algae. We've got the progenitors. Let's grab chemical plants. Here we are. What are you? Oil, okay. And fertilizer. So 3 fluid inputs, 2 item inputs. Can't do tier 2s, let's do tier 1s. In fact, anything that can take modules should take modules. You're a hydro plant 2, let's make you hydro plant 3. Okay. So let's say you go this way, and then we can tile you across. You do take 2 inputs, though, so maybe I'll put your fluids on the bottom. Output 2.4 a second. So that might be blue territory. Also, I can't work with you with your fluids that close, actually. Like, I'm filling in the pipes so I can see for myself where I can and can't build, but it's gonna be kind of tight. I guess I could put you there. That's not all that bad. Yeah, that works. And then you just have 2 belts of inputs up here. Which one of you is 2 items a second, one is 1.6. I think purples can deal with that. It's really only once you get over 2 per second that they start having trouble. At least that's what I've seen. Okay. Do I need anything else? No, that should be all of your inputs and your output taken care of. Okay. And technically, you don't need 2 belts of input, but your input numbers are so close to your output numbers that if I want a full belt of output, I really need a full belt of input as well. So this just makes sense. Let's extend you out just a smidge. I don't know how much of this I'm gonna need. And you are 2.4 a second. So let's just say I want to aim for a red belt's worth of machines at least, even if I can't support that much input. So with modules, you're currently doing 1.5, so then 2 of you's 3, so I want 20 of you. Right now I've got 13, so I want 7 more. There we are. And that should be good. Let's make sure. 20, yes. So that should give me a red belt just fine. Assuming I can supply that much input, which, again, I cannot. But, you know, we'll see what happens. It does remind me, I need to come up here. Fatty acid. You don't output anywhere? Hold on. You don't connect to this line? What? How does that make any sense? I guess I figured out one of the reasons why you've been so backed up. Okay. Well, let's see. There's so many moving parts here, it's hard to keep track of exactly what's going on. But fertilizer takes this algae that I'm bringing down. It needs cellulose, which I'm not bringing down anymore somehow. How am I not bringing down cellulose? I was bringing down cellulose for so long. Well, whatever, I haven't been bringing down cellulose for a long time, I guess. Which one do you need more of? Cellulose, okay. That works out better for me. Algae goes in there. And then your request can go right there. Oh, also, it looks like I'm at the edge of radar view, so let's grab a radar. Pop you in, like, right in here somewhere. Can I do any better? Let's drag Roboports down. There we are. So what did you need? You needed cellulose. You'll probably want a decent amount of cellulose. Let's just bump that up. Did I not place the radar? I meant to, I just didn't, I guess. So let's see. You need water, grass, Okay, you output cellulose, funny enough. So maybe I don't even need to bring you in? Let's just get rid of that inserter for now. I guess I can put you back and just rotate you or something. You also output a effluent, just like this guy. You do need these 3 fluid inputs, though. Yeah, maybe I will get rid of that and bring the road in just a little bit. So you can have a few requests of your own. Like right here. One of which can just be this acid down the middle. Phosphoric. And then, what else do you need? You need nitric acid and ammonia. So, nitric and ammonia. I guess you can just be a pipe. A little harder to get you out. Maybe you will be an underground? And then you can just be a pipe. I'll also just swap you. Make you nitric acid. Hold on, what? Oh, there we go. Nitric acid. Okay, so that's connected. And then you connect there. Okay. I'd say that's good enough. I've built you in a bad place. Yay! Alright, well, let's go ahead and do that at least. And I guess this whole shebang has to move. The problem is I don't think I can move you up easily. These guys are probably about as close as they can get. Okay, there's 2 belts. You need 1, 2, 3 inputs. Item inputs, that is, though one of your item inputs can be from below. So let's say you did only have 1 on top. Then you had an output belt and an input belt. Let's see. Then you would need an input. I could do you there. And an output. Okay, so I could move all of you 1 tile up. I could... Well, no, because of your fluids. Yeah, definitely not. Okay, so this whole area down here does have to move below the roboport. Yep. Nothing else for it. There we are. This bit of road can go away. Which wants to pick up the landfill as well. Oh well. Just fill that back in, I guess. Okay, with that taken care of, I can at least put the RoboPort in place. There we go. Okay, good. So that's all in place. This stuff is good to go. We need a road. Let's continue the road down this way. Connect the road into you. Let's see. So you connect into there. You connect into there. And of course, I could do this much neater now that we're not quite so cramped for space. The real question is, will I? And the answer is probably not. Yeah, because I do need to move this down pretty considerably. And then one of these belts will wind up on the other side up here again. Because this has to move, because we have to have at least 2 pipes here, and at least 2 pipes here. So even if I do that, it's still a little tight. I might... Yeah, I'm still not sure I'm going to be able to do that. $138 oxygen a second. What if as just part of your tile? You just immediately got a chimney. Does that do anything for you? I don't think it does. If I combine 2 of you together, so say there was another one right there. I guess I could underground the belt. Let's see. Let's go ahead and horizontally flip you. And then copy you. So that this is a little less theoretical. So I've got a belt coming here. You underground in, that's fine. More pipe going that way, a pipe going that way, sure. You make less than 1 grass per second, so I can just have inserters here if you only have to output. That's no big deal. And I can just underground there. Even connect the pipes there to make them a little shorter. And then just end right there. Okay, we're getting somewhere, we're getting somewhere. How much air? 450. Okay. Where's the air filters? Air filters, where'd you go? Oh god, where did you go? There you are, okay. 400. If I gave you like 15% speed, you would be able to do this by yourself. So let's do that. Okay, that one doesn't help all that much. Go ahead and get a lot of this land filled in. Just go ahead and get the bots on it. Okay, so we'll just have to get air maybe in the level where the roboports are, because otherwise that's just wasted. Though I do also need fresh water. fresh water is only, let's see, for each pair 165. Single well 2 is more than enough for 3 of you, actually. Okay, so I could do that for you. And that would be no big deal. How much speed could I get on a well 1 if I threw speed modules in you? Okay, you only have one module slot. So I'd need like more than a 50% bonus from you. And that's not happening. So yeah, at least tier 2. It is freshwater, yes. Okay. Okay. Still in business. Still going strong, so I can do that, and then both of these are just, well, I think you only need one long pickup. And that should be fine. You need so little input, yeah, that'll definitely be fine. Then all you need somewhere along the line is air. And it's about 1 air per. Okay. Okay, so that does work. Also, back that up, and that up. There we go, and there we go. Okay. How about you guys? You guys are cool, all good. And let's go ahead and copy you one more time, just to make sure I've really got the idea down. I'll go past the next Roboport. There we go. Yeah, just making sure we don't have some sort of fun Roboport symmetry or something like I had on that one other build before. Alas, we are not so lucky. Okay, so let's figure out where air is going to come from. So for each one of you, I need an air 3. And even then, you're going to need a speed module in you. So what if, rather than connecting you guys across... Nope, okay, I do need to do that. Because every now and then there's going to be somewhere where I'm not going to be able to put a air filter. Because of, you know, roboports or beacons or something like that. Also, I actually don't need to put a module in you if you're going to be covered by a large beacon. That's just already enough. Let's move you over there, and then get, like, 3 of you in a line. And can I move you up 1? There we go. Reason being, I need to get an underground down here, and I need to be able to connect all those guys together. That's enough for 3 of these, so I can connect those, and those 3 are taken care of. Then these 3 over here need to be together. Let's see. I can put you there, and you there. Push you 1 away from the substation. Yeah, that's pretty decent. Then just connect up. You connect down. Okay. Let's see. And I might as well connect the pipes. Doesn't do me any harm. And yeah, so let's see. So far I've got 12, so I do need one more set of these guys over here somewhere. And then you can connect right there. Alright, so once again, how many of these do I have? 12. That's going to get me very few per second. Yeah, that's like... Yeah, that's pretty abysmal. That's 7 point... well... Hold on. Yeah, I guess that's 8.4 per second. The problem is that we don't actually get that many, we only get half. So it's really only 4.2 per second output. So even if I wanted just raw output, not like profit output to be a red belt, I'd need like 4 times that. So 10 is 7, so 40 would be 28, then another 3? So I want like 32 of these. Okay, that should be 24. So I need another 8. If I have 12, then 4 overlap. So 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. That should be 32 total. Yes, it is. So let's grab you and see if that just happens to fit. No, of course not. Why would it? Let's just grab this then. Put you there, and in. Where's the next underground? Right there. Can I continue the pattern over here instead? Would be a little nicer. You somehow are actually kind of where I probably would have put you. Hilarious. Let's not do that. Making sure I didn't actually do that anywhere. It doesn't look like it. Yeah. Did just realize if there are misplaced ones, then maybe there are some of these. I was just kind of putting groups of air pumps wherever I saw those undergrounds. So that did make me kind of reevaluate that decision. Like over here. Let's just get rid of that. And instead I'll put an underground here. It's just nicer. There you go. Get rid of that. And then I think I should have one more right here. So let's see how many air pumps that gets me. Only 30. Okay. Well, I can put some right there. And connect right there. Does also seem like I'm missing a couple of these tier 3 hydro plants, but that's fine. I'm probably not keeping very many of them in stock, so that's not like a surprise to me or anything. Okay. So I do still need enough of fertilizer, ground landfill, and grass seeds to keep this running, and I need something to do with all of the effluent when I'm done, but one step at a time. So I do need to process 15 grass. That's only 5 of these. So input comes in this way. Being that that is the case, let's take advantage and allow ourselves to run the fluid pipes in the middle. Since we don't need very many, we can be a little more horizontally space inefficient to save a little vertical space for a change. So effluent goes along the bottom, and then water can go across the top. Here's the output. And here's the input. They do take 4 seconds, so that's definitely in the territory of a blue inserter. So just right in the middle and right out the middle. Then just make sure you alternate occasionally. So priority split. Because we certainly don't want to ever starve ourselves of the grass starter that we're about to create. Let's connect the effluent lines. There's just no reason not to. And then you do need just regular water. I do have a line of just regular water up here. What do you know? Sometimes it's handy to just bring 1,000 pipes down with no clear goal or reason. And there we go. I'll even throw a pump on you. That is also going to give me cellulose, so I will have to filter that. Fertilizer, ground landfill. So fertilizer, I think, will come up on a belt. Just slightly too low. Let me go grab the green. And then actually have you underground right there. And then you also underground. There we are. And come on down this way. So yeah, definitely want you in first. Let's get you well out of the picture there. And that way I can get a couple of requests in. So we want both of these requested in. Well, the fertilizer I just said is going to be on a belt, right? So if I do also bring in a belt fertilizer, then it can just merge onto here, and then all I need to do is request what? Brown landfill. Brown landfill. Brown landfill. Okay. Of course, I will need to make the first grass recipe to get the first seed grass for grass seeds. But until that time should come to pass, I'm just building. There we go. Is algae used in anything else? The bacterial culture. And fish. So, once again, I don't actually want to dead end you. Let's also move you. There you go. And there you go. Okay, and then you can come down this way, and in you go. So the plant balls will be over here. You down this way, and out. Let's say cellulose is this belt. Not this belt, but the one next to it. So you're coming down. Not a lot of room to get out of here, unfortunately. Maybe you get to push forward one more. There we go. There. Yeah, that's... whatever, that's fine. It's not great, but it's fine, I guess. What if I just moved all of you back? Just so you would at least line up. Okay, so this one is cellulose. I couldn't tell you what the other belts are supposed to be. Oh yeah, and don't forget that the grass is also meant to be coming down this way. There you are. Okay, so we've got the balls coming in on this belt here. So that belt doesn't exist. Okay, good. That's one less thing to have to worry about. You come down to here, yeah. Cellulose is one of these belts. Okay, so cellulose is this belt here. So you come in, you split there. Grass seed goes to the right. And then cellulose comes down this way. Filters into you. Okay. I don't know why that took like 100% of my brain power there, but man, for a second, I think I was browning out. The old brain did not want to do whatever that was. Okay. Yeah, this all makes sense though. We are okay so far. What are you? The fertilizer. Okay. So the fertilizer I make here. Let's go ahead and underground you again. You again. You again. You again. Let's see, you're cellulose, so you also go. But this is the input right there. So, of course, again, we want to split you because other things also want fertilizer. And that should be all of your requirement. You just need trucks. Fertilizer needs what? Your fluids and cellulose, which we'll get from grass. And then grass just needs the fertilizer and the brown landfill. Okay, so we will need some seed cellulose to start us off. What do you stack to? 200? If I have 200, then have at it, man. Should be good, okay. I understand why I might not be getting ammonia. Not sure why nitric acid is kind of dead. Do I make nitric acid from ammonia? I do, okay. So ammonia being dead is also kind of killing nitric acid. Where is ammonia? There you are. Well, you're definitely running. I can upgrade you to the next tier of chemical plants. I can give you modules and stuff. I really doubt you're going to be able to support that much, though. I mean, only one way to find out, but I would be surprised if you were just okay with that. Admittedly, there is, like, a lot in here. So, if we're just picking up a lot, that could be an issue of fluid depots, more than supply, perhaps. At the same time, supply is dead. Like, can't deny that. Oh yeah. If I'm going to do that, wherever ammonia went, you're both made out of basically free materials, so I won't, like, productivity you or anything. I don't even think I could productivity you if I wanted, but if that's still not fast enough, I can, of course, add modules. Okay, it does look like most, if not all, of the Chem Plant 3s have been placed. The reason I wanted to come and see how that was going is because I wanted to see if we start burning through our buffers. So let's see. So you aren't running. That's because we are relying on some power. Okay, they should be running now. Yes, they are. So this should be staying mostly full. You are dropping quite quickly, though. So it does look like I need more electrolyzers. That's just a little easier said than done. I don't have electrolyzer 3s or anything. How's that tank going? Yeah, it's dropping pretty fast. So let's see. I have 18 of you. Each one takes 32. One of you produces 48, so 1.5. So I need 12. Currently have 6, so I do need to just straight up double you. So you need to move. Would quite like this to get updated so I could move it. Come on guys, I believe in you. You got this. Okay, they did change the important part. Ooh, that barely works, but it does work. There we go. Okay, I guess I'm going to be doing the same thing over here with you. There we go. Okay, so that cleans this area out. Let's see how close that gets me. Tank itself is in the way, but I think I can actually work with that. I put you there. I mean, I can just connect through here instead. You're connected. I can upgrade you to get better pipe extent with the tank. And you need power. Go ahead and upgrade you too. Okay, so the compressed oxygen comes into here, gets vented off. I have a feeling we'll be making more use out of these turbines over this way, but let me go ahead and upgrade these guys just in case. Also, I don't know where this water is coming from anymore, but I will probably need a little more. So you're still Hydroplant 2s over there. Go ahead and upgrade you guys. And then each Hydroplant 3 needs 800 water. That's 2 well 2s. Let's go ahead and get rid of all these well 2s and just clean up this area up here. And by get rid of the well 2s, I do of course mean get rid of the well 1s and replace them with well 2s. So let's just see how many that is. 17. And we need 18. So literally one more. Well, isn't that inconvenient? You know what? You get to go down there. There we go. Or could you fit? You can fit there. Look at that. Of course, we have the one special snowflake over here who needs its own entire power pole. Well, that's fine. Oh, we're also seemingly missing one. Yeah, good. Wonderfully spaced. Anyway, that should now be producing enough for you, assuming you're actually connected, which you're not. Okay, making sure oxygen's connected, you're connected. Everyone's all connected, okay. Just waiting for that to come down. As soon as that gets placed, we know if this is actually enough electrolyzers or not. I mean, it certainly should be. But I would at least like to see. Please? Like, anyone? Seriously? Okay, there you are. Okay, that had to go charge. Very cool. Awesome. And there we go. Now, you should be running. So, all of these guys should be running. It does look like you were just briefly not having enough. You're running full time. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty close to full time if it's not full time. Turbines seem to be able to keep up. We're not even overflowing into the exhaust anything. Yep. Okay. So hopefully that's a good bit more ammonia for us. Does look like the tanks are beginning to fill up a little bit. Okay, should be cool. So we do have the brown landfill in here, though somehow you're not set up correctly. None of you have far reach. That's inconvenient. Let's just grab that and bring you down the whole way. You were missing an input altogether somehow. And there we go. You guys work, right? Okay, so yeah, all we need now is the grass seed. And grass seed just needs grass. So let's do this. Actually, that's a terrible idea. I want to do as few of these as possible. So if anything, I'll do like 10 into this one machine. Okay. That should be all the preparation taken care of. Now I need a hydro plant with brown landfill. All this stuff I can just bot into you, except for fresh water and air. Yeah, fresh water and air I'll have to deal with somehow. Grass progenitor, brown landfill. Okay. And then let's turn you that way. Get a vent on you. Get you some fresh water. Get you some air. Items are being requested into you. As soon as you get placed, we'll be all cool. Not going to bother with productivity or anything. Your 30-second crafting time. If I can, I'll get some speed modules into you. And in you go. And I'm sure I probably have these in stock. Yes, I definitely do. Nope. Brown landfill. Okay, that's gonna be up in this area somewhere. And allow. There we go. Okay. Oh, cool. The effluent will build up over time, but it's only 10 per recipe, so I don't think it'll build up that quickly. Still waiting for you to be delivered, and still waiting on the landfill, it looks like. And boom, there we go. Okay. That should be creating the very first of the grass. Guess I can go ahead and cancel that. So I did put 5 recipes worth in here, which should make 10 grass, which will be 2 of your recipes. Which means you'll create 40 grass seed total, which should be enough to jumpstart this whole process, I would think. Each one only takes 15. Effluent did back up perfectly at that 5th recipe. So let's go ahead and just pick all of that up. And there we go. So it didn't all perfectly make it into the first machine. It did kind of get slung between some of the other machines as well. But as long as we do get one iteration out of it, that should be plenty. Because all of that grass will make its way into here. And just like I said, that's plenty, right? Let's do that. None made it down here. No, okay. Maybe just for the time being. Let's grab a small storage chest. And put you, like, right here. Filter you to grass. I'll even make this inserter blue, but then disable itself if there's too much grass. I actually have no idea how much you stack to. 100. So if there's less than 1,000. You got this, guys. You can do it. And while I'm waiting for that, I'll go ahead and grab a sign and pop you there. Yeah, the grass is on the way. They just had to take it way far away. Go ahead and pick you up. Just since I was here and I happened to see you. There we go. Now that should kickstart all of this once more. Yeah, we got 2 recipes going this time. Okay. So grass comes down, grass gets ground up, And out come the cellulose and the grass seeds. Round and round it goes. So I do have to babysit this until I'm confident it's able to keep itself running. Okay, we do have another recipe running. I could get one more. Yeah, look at that. Okay. And then a third. Okay, I'm pretty sure with 3 of these running, we are definitely self-sustaining at this point. So, grass, grass, and logistics, grass. There we go. Though I didn't actually think about this, you're going to be trying to pick grass up. You might actually mess things up if you aren't careful. Maybe it would have been better as a purple, just come to think of it. So I think the blue, yeah, the blue only gets about half of them. And half is all we need to keep the reaction self-sustaining. All the same, let's turn you purple for why during the time that I'm trying to get this reaction started, I can upgrade you later if I need you upgraded. Okay, but anyway, that is finally grass. Grass is done. That's also going to give me the cellulose I need for fertilizer to keep the reaction running. I have no idea if I'm going to get a surplus of fertilizer, a surplus of cellulose, or, if I'm going to bring something in, or what the case may be. For the time being, though, it does seem like I'm getting plenty of fertilizer down this way. Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on it. If I do need more cellulose, honestly, not even sure what I would do. Yeah, didn't really think about that too hard, honestly. I could probably get something in here. I would just have to mess around with these belts a little bit, make them a little uglier. I'll just hope we get enough. Let's see, you need 1.5 per 2. Okay, and you need... Okay. Per 4, you need 1. But 2 of those are leaving and never coming back, so it's really 1 to 2. So 1.5, 2. You are 1 to 2. Okay, so that's like 0.75 per grass. Oh, we get a lot more cellulose than that. Quite a bit more. And I, as it turns out, do need to help out just a little bit. Okay, let's see if that helps at all. Hopefully it does. So it might be a problem until this fills up a little more. Actually, you're able to eat all of it. The blue at least only ate half of it. You're eating like all of it. Like, that's funny, but at the same time, not exactly what I wanted to see. So, I think I will do this as a short-term solution. And hopefully I don't screw myself over by trying to distribute it into 5 machines at once. Hold on. You make a tremendous amount of output. I wasn't even thinking about that. You by yourself make almost 30 items a second. Yeah, you're like a green belt. Then I'll upgrade you to at least blue. All the way down. However far that happens to be. It's feeling like pretty far. Hey, I did it. Okay. So that gets upgraded, and this belt gets upgraded. There we go. I'll continue you with blue belt, just so I remember. Whereas you get to stay red, you can be red, and so on. Yeah, it does look like the cellulose might give me a little bit of trouble. The fertilizer is full, so I might need to figure out something to do with cellulose before too terribly long. Yeah, it does look like cellulose is already backing up. Kind of confused why that's going. Okay, you're still moving. I guess you're still filling up your buffers and stuff. Okay. Well, if nothing else, we've got a good buffer of grass now. I think that succeeded in kind of priming the system. Okay, so where do we go from there? We've got the grass. Now we need... Okay, that's why we make so much cellulose. Do we make 5 times more cellulose than we do grass? No. At least I don't think so. Yeah, half of that, because it's roughly half, would be about 7, but then half again is what we export, so 3.5. But then 5 times 3.5 would still be like just over 17. So we do need to bring more cellulose in from somewhere. Like the algae cellulose seems an obvious choice. And also do whatever this is. That's a wacky recipe. I can also at some point just crush grass seed into cellulose and sugar. That doesn't seem like a terrible deal. Kind of like that. Hope that's used then. Not really interested in that. Oh, I can also grind tree seeds into cellulose and oil. How strange. So yeah, if I can get grass seed to turn into... So 4 grass seed turns into 3 sugar. What does it take to grow you? Nothing. You're basically free. Okay, that would give me basically free sugar. That would be an amazing day. Like, that would be very, very good for me. I just actually need the botany research. Let me go ahead and queue that so I don't forget. And I guess I'll go ahead and queue you afterwards. So what do I actually need to make the botany research? You're just made in a medium assembler. I do need to box the cellulose, then just grass progenitor and grass. Okay. Couldn't be simpler. So, medium. Start about there. Down to around this level. A little higher than that. Okay. Botany. So 3 inputs, 1 output. You definitely want the best yield modules in you. We're still missing a few, but yeah, I guess I will start with the tier 1s. Okay, so let me think. The grass will come in top. The cellulose can come in on the bottom. And I'll output here. Let's do something like that. I'll have a boxer here with a blue Anya. And the whole point is so that I can horizontally flip and also put you there. And yeah, that seems just fine. In fact, let me grab you and... Well, I guess it doesn't make any difference in the grand scheme of things. There we are. And then you just tile. Okay, very good. Very good, very cool. You do tile the correct direction and everything? Yes, you do. This needs to go the other way. Otherwise is fine. Let's get our inputs in. Okay, so grass progenitor, that's algae, that's grass. Does grass go into anything after this? Grass goes into the worm recipe. Okay. I'm willing to bet the progenitor does not, though. Yeah, you only go into research. That's cool. So let's get grass split into there, and then you continue. Let's get you a green underground so you can just go way out of the way once you're done. Once you're done here, we don't want you. Just get out. Okay. You can go ahead and up underground from way up there. That way you're not in the way of the progenitor here. And you can just go that way. Cool, okay. let's go ahead and clear those rocks. They'll be in my way sooner or later, let's just get rid of them. I think I might also underground you. And you, since I don't need you right now. Oh no, you are definitely needed. You are the cellulose. What I don't need right now is the fertilizer. That can go. Okay. Oh, cool. So you come down this way. And I'm definitely gonna need more of you as well. So let's go request. Right there. Might need to make that a green belt or something, but we'll figure it out as we go. Okay, oh cool. You're gonna be cellulose. And I do want to input priority the actual belt rather than what the bots are bringing. Go ahead and continue that down. Okay, so we do have some cellulose coming in. We do have some grass coming in. Let's see. How's effluent doing? Could be better. So how do I get rid of you again? I combine you with calcium chloride to make phosphorite, and ammonia, and sludge. Okay. Not a bad deal. You also make sludge. I do eventually need you for the worms. So I think what I'll do is I'll grab fluid depots. Let's go ahead and underground you this way. Grab a fluid depot. Maybe even two. Also underground you this way. Let's get a overflow right there. And connect you in. And then you might as well just be pipe. So since the worms will need you, I'm leaving it as an overflow. Actually gonna go ahead and do that. Well, that's unnecessary. Because I can just escape you this way. Since you'll be needed by the worms at some point, I wanted to go ahead and start this running down. There we are. But then this also just allows me to get rid of it. I guess I do need to set something up that will actually make use of it though, so I do want to come up in this area somewhere. Even though it's a little cramped, I might come into like this area maybe. This is a decently empty square. First botany research, let's go. Oh, I have to wiki it first. So Calcium chloride solution becomes phosphorite and ammonia and sludge. That seems like a pretty sick deal to me. If I fill up on phosphorite, I will need the other recipe, which is in a hydroplant. This one's in a flotation cell. Let's go for the flotation cell first. I have no idea if I have flotation cell 3s. I guess I'll find out. So let's say I bring you in this way. That's where my requesters and such are going to be. In fact, I'll go ahead and place one. Maybe even a couple. I can only request like 4 at a time, keep in mind, so I know I'm going to need multiple. So, flotation cell. I just start here. Honestly, I have no idea what recipe I'm even looking for. Is it in here? Sure doesn't seem like it. Hold on. Oh, okay. I forgot. I have to do that first, then you. I don't have you researched. I mean, I will. Like, as soon as I knock those two out, then you're next on the path. Okay. I can deal with that, I think. Well, I mean, I might as well look and see what the recipe is. That was the whole point anyway. So calcium chloride, so 2 fluid inputs. You have 2 fluid outputs and an item output. Okay. But I probably don't want to build that close anyway. Let's build from about here. And you'll probably go something like that. And then 3 in the middle. And another row down here. Since you are boxed in, like this is here, and this is here. I was almost kind of contemplating maybe doing you vertically, but everything else in the base is horizontal, so that would be just weird. There we go. Just cleaning up a smidge. Yeah, once I have the recipes, we have an area ready for you. Let's go ahead and have you request the effluent. So 8 and full. 8 and full. And if you're wondering why I don't just copy and paste this, you can't. The right click and shift doesn't work. And if you actually try to use the blueprint tool and take a copy of them, it winds up messing with them in weird, strange ways. So, I just don't. I guess I should get one of these guys over here. Pop you right there. And yeah, the belts don't really line up all that nicely here. Case in point, let's just make you a blue, which means I have to break you and then make you a blue. There you go. And at some point, the bots will come in and build that. I do have to actually finish this build, I guess. That would probably be intelligent. Also, you make 0.02 a second. Even under the influence of this beacon. That's not very fast. They also take 15 cellulose a second. So even at green belt speed, even if I was exporting a green belt here, I would be able to do 5 machines, which is only 0.1 per second. That's insane. That's just crazy. Let's grab you. This is botany. Logistics. There. Okay. What I'm thinking is maybe up here. Maybe I have 2 outputs. So one of you takes the grass out. Maybe you're filtered, and then the other one is filtered to the cellulose. How many cellulose? Like 14 a second. That's just a lot. But I can make this work. So, you reach up 3. Reach up 3, output right, output left. We're going to go into a boxing machine. Right there. You can take in like 60 a second or something absurd. Then you output here. And that's as low as I can go. Oh, you need to be filtered. So, let's filter cellulose. Same for you. Flip you around. Okay. And then, just like everything else, of course, you need to make sure that you alternate. And is this used anywhere? Okay, it is used by you. Which means you have to change just a smidge. How much do you take? Okay, 1.5 apiece. So that's a full red belt for you guys. That is a full red belt. Just trying to figure out how best I can get this to work. I can't cut this off yet because that would kill grass production. So I really need to get this figured out before I start disconnecting lines or anything. So let's say I have this red belt coming down this way. No, I don't need to do that. I believe I can probably get this to work with just like 2 green inserters or something. Shouldn't be any big deal at all. And going by the rate of the boxer, it probably does like 80 items a second or something insane anyway. Okay, so let's go ahead and filter these. Now this line is only the grass balls, so I can actually break you. There you are. And there you are. Just a little bit. Then this can come down, connect here. Let's break that, just so I have the opportunity to clear out this line. Let's see, looks like there's not anything in here. So I was eating all of it. Okay, so that is good. So splitter. You come this way. Let's grab a boxer. And I'm using 2 here, so I can guarantee I get both sides of the belt. And green inserters should be able to handle that just fine. Okay, and now that we're bringing that in, I don't need to box here. Knew that was going to happen, so I'm glad I caught it pretty quickly. Because I'm going to be moving this whole line. Okay, so you're just cellulose, that's fine. Apparently I don't have the ability to bring that in. I'll have to double check that in just a second, but whatever, it's fine. Then you need boxes, yes, okay. So you just drop a little further away. That's all you need to do. Okay. And then this coming in here, you're just supplemental, so you get to go in a boxer. How do I want to do this? Let's see. Yeah, that's where it makes sense. Right there. And right there. So you go to the left, and you go to the right. Okay. Okay, there we go. That should work. And of course, input priority on the bottom. That we actually prioritize our own cellulose before bringing cellulose in from somewhere else. Now, that being said, okay, we are requesting cellulose here, I guess. Where do we actually provide cellulose, though? Okay, we're above where cellulose would be. So that's providing algae. That's cellulose coming out right there. Which should be coming this way and going in here. Okay. So since we're full on algae spores, since algae isn't moving, we aren't getting much in the way of cellulose from this area. Which, you know, is fine. Though it does look like I might need a little extra cellulose to keep this science running. Does this science... Okay, well, specifically, does bacteria have the ability to pull cellulose from somewhere else? No, in fact, your line is split in case you back up. That's looking like it might not be the case. Add you here. Go ahead, preemptively, make a little merge point right there, with input priority being on the belt. And in you go. down, down, and up. Get cellulose in here. And of course, you have to be input priority from the belt side, because otherwise we'll just be loading cellulose in here just to move it down in here to put it back on the exact same belt. And there we go. That's a lot cleaner. Not quite as bad to have to look at all the time. Oh yeah, guess I have to actually give you trucks. There you go. I mean, it will naturally still take a little while, but it'll get there. I'm mostly doing this so that I can avoid painting on the road by accident. Like, I want to be able to get the edges of the road painted in areas like this. That way, later I can just kind of go like this. Like, see? I don't want to paint on the road like that. That's no good. Okay, botany, how's it going? You're getting some boxes. There's no grass progenitors anyway, so it doesn't matter that much. Grass progenitors... missing grass genome. And grass genomes missing algae genome. Algae genome is missing bacteria genome, which is missing chemistry science. Okay. Chemistry science exists. It's just being used. And since we aren't over 100, we're never sending it off with the logistics drones. Interesting. Let's see. Yeah, we do have a bit of research queued. What if I skip those and go straight to here? I did give you trucks, you just haven't allowed yourself to have any yet. I might at this point, since we're so far from the main base, I might try and find somewhere to add another drone dispatch hub thing. Though first, since this is already a crossway here, I think I'm going to drag this all the way over here and make a another connection point. We had one right here, but you know, more connected is more better. I might also make a little area. Oh, you guys take power. Weird. I might also make a tiny little steam operation somewhere that is dedicated just to making steam for fuel for them, because we're actually quite far away from any resupply points at this point. Maybe literally just like right here. So just out of curiosity, if I were to... let's see, where are you? Freshwater. If I were to boil fresh water, I get steam and wastewater. Can also turn you into high pressure steam eventually. Don't quite know how that works, but interesting. How's it been? Not too bad. Not too bad. I feel like I'm making decent enough progress. We have grass automated. I think I have a much better path towards sugar on the horizon, which would be very nice, because that's kind of been my primary challenge. Producing enough glycerol to produce all of the things that I need, one of the main sources, or main sinks being sugar, has been difficult. So, I can very soon make sugar from just grinding up excess grass, which would be very nice. I can do you. Might as well. Let's see. I'll work backwards here. Okay, so that is the side that faces the road. Let's stick you, like, right there. And then for the very first time in this base, I don't even think I make them, so I might wind up handcrafting this or something. I'm going to use a boiler, just because it's fun. Let's stick you right there. And I would have to deal with wastewater if I tried to properly refine you anyway. Let's see. Yeah, let's just go with freshwater. Even though we're on an ocean tile, freshwater just is better. So, 120 per second. So, outfall right there. Well, right here. I know it's not 120 per second, but I'll just add a single feed mod to you. And now you are. I have no idea how much energy this actually consumes. And I don't care that much. You consume 3.5 megawatts. Maybe I care a little bit. 3.5 megawatts is like... Okay, it's only like 1%, but it's like 1% of my entire factory. Whatever, it's funny. Who cares? I guess alternatively, I could just use this space right here for like tier 3 solar or something since I just unlocked them. Or I could get some tier 2s in at least. Yeah, I mean... Well, it fits so nicely though. Like if I wanted to put solar in, well I guess I could use a heat pipe. Yeah... I just can't quite justify it. It's a little too silly, I think. So, in you go. And 8.5. Not like I need maximum out of you or anything, but let's just say a couple of these. Oh, I can't flip you, so you're really gonna face that direction? There, okay. And we'll just keep pipe down there, and I guess not there. Into there. And maybe even like 2 more there. Have a couple trucks. Maybe that's excessive. Let's do like 10. And why are you not showing up? Heat exchanger 2. I definitely have Heat exchanger 2s. Oh, I just saw my my sugar recipe. Okay, heat exchanger 1. I guess I don't make heat exchanger 2s. Okay, well that's quite a surprise. I mean, easy enough to remedy. So, heat exchanger 2. And I'd say, like, probably 25 of you is perfectly fine. I don't think I'm gonna need many more than that. Small chest 3. Needs epoxy. Yeah, I'm definitely not making that. So I guess I'll come down somewhere in here. This is epoxy. Yes, it is. Okay. Okay, you go here. Small chest 3. Flip you around. Provider. And of course the power pole's right there. You know what? I think I make power pole 4s. Yes I do, yes I do. Okay. In you go. Unfortunately you also need power. I can upgrade you twice to also a power pole 4. That's hilarious. And okay, how many of you do I want to keep? Probably not a whole lot. Not really going to use you. Maybe just like 30 or something. Not 3. 30. There we go. Okay, it's going to take a while for these first parts to come in. I didn't have request from buffers checked, so they're coming in all the way from the bottom of the map, but that's fine. We'll start construction on that soon enough. Okay, so it does look like that's getting placed. Don't even remember where I was doing that. Okay, we have the better sugar recipe. Let's go. We were down here, weren't we? Yeah, there you are. Okay. Just wanted to make sure you're still hooked up correctly. Yeah, so we just have to wait for daytime. This'll start heating up. You will make steam and we'll just dump the wastewater. That's fine. Not concerned at all. There we go. A little nicer. Okay. I guess I might as well do the top as well. There we go. So, now that we have the much better sugar recipe, let's waste no time trying to find a place for it. So I can make you out of cellulose, hydrochloric acid, and caustic solution. I can make you out of nucleotides and bacteria. Not yet. No, I can't. That's a lie. But most importantly, what I'm interested in, I can make you from crushed grass seed. That gives me even a little extra cellulose, which I kind of need, and sugar. So here's where grass is. Here's where grass seed is. You can see grass seed is actually backed up at the moment. So where can I put this? I guess I could put it like right in here if I was careful. Go ahead and fill in this middle area. let's bring you back to at least there. I'll have a splitter. You underground to get out of the way, I think. Nope, that doesn't really work. You have to be the one underground. This one, however, can underground. And that's fine. Okay, crushers. Let's grab crushers. You could be one lower. There we go. Don't know if that's exactly what I want to do, but whatever. We're getting there. Also, output priority to the right. Definitely want to make sure I keep making grass rather than crushing all of it into sugar. Much as I love the sugar recipe, that's not quite the ideal here. Ooh, I can also do boxed recipes. That's kind of appealing. I already only put boxed sugar into the network, and then boxed cellulose is what I need, so... Oh, sorry, bot. Just makes the spacing all that much more interesting. So you're in here. Grab a boxer, put you here. How many you need? 1.6 a second. Okay, that's not bad at all. You can be like a purple or something. There we go, and then you output 0.8 and 1.2, so 2 items per second total. Okay, I think I will filter you and do you on different sides of the belt. And then you get to be filtered to sugar. Okay, and then you just go out that way. Wonderful, okay. That works just fine to me. Can I prod mod you, just out of curiosity? Yes, I can. Yeah, I probably don't need this many. Let me just double check this. So that would be 10 per second, without taking the box into consideration. So that's already 20 per second input. How many grass seeds am I making? Okay, like a good bit. I don't know how much excess I'm making. Let's see, I've got 32 going right now. I feel like there was a reason for that, but I don't really remember. Yeah, I don't really remember why, but sure, let's go with it. Anyway, that's gonna be just around 35 or so grass seeds input per second. Got 5 of these going. You're gonna make around 120 per second. Is that really accurate? No, 70. I doubled when I was supposed to have. Okay, so you're gonna make 70 per second. Just for the sake of equally outputting to both sides of the belt, I think I will go ahead and add one more over here, though. Just to balance everything out. So, anyway, you should be around 75 a second, then. You take 35, so that leaves 40. Oh, now that your modules are in, you're way lower. Okay. So you are actually 3.5, so together you're 7. Okay. So I can do a couple of you then. Let's see, that's 14, 21. If I double that, then that gets me 42, and that should be plenty. Okay, also, this is sugar and cellulose. Sugar and cellulose. Yeah, I can put one provider there, but not both. You've got 25k landfill in you too, so you're not exactly easy to move. Okay, idea time. Let's grab you and bring you, like, way over in here. Grab you and bring you way over here. And you're never gonna guess what I'm gonna do next. It's wild and crazy. And I've done that, so I can bring a little bit of road into here. And into here. And hopefully get 2 supply depots in here. Yes, I can. The spacing leaves something to be desired. Maybe I can put you there. I think that works quite nicely. So of course you will be filtered. Can I just do that? Yes, I can. Wonderful, okay. And now I might as well come down to this area over here, and instead of requesting cellulose, I can request boxed cellulose. And then I don't need this whole little song and dance right here. Not like I was getting any cellulose down there anyway, so I think that's perfectly fair. Let's increase your priority. I'm not going to rip down the other sugar area just yet. Let's see. Bring you up. Let's go ahead and increase you to like 90. I won't do 100 if something ever someday truly produces sugar as a byproduct. I want to know. But, you know, I pretty much want to always be using the sugar given the opportunity. So let's try and space these out a little bit so that they're distinct on the map view. This one's going to tell me how much boxed cellulose I have. This one's going to tell me how much boxed sugar I have. And let's see, where is sugar made? There we are. So you do have a direct belt down here into nucleotides. Come down here into bioscience. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how exactly I want to do this. I'm not really sure. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna request boxed sugar. I'm gonna come down to the other sugar area. As soon as I can find it. There we go. This is why having holographic signs is absolutely, like, invaluable everywhere you go. So, read logistics, you. Hold on. Let me make sure I spell that alright. Cellulose. There we go. And then down here, we're going to be boxed sugar. There we go. And sugar up here. Okay. Oh, the whole point of doing that was come down this provider. I don't want to be on channel -1, I want to be on channel 1. Channel 1 is my main provide channel, whereas channel 2 has been my, like, overflow channel. Granted, for most things I just keep it on -1, but for instances where it matters, like this one, I want to be a little more careful. So, request from channel 1, let's say like 16 or something, not 160, and full stacks. So from way back here, split, move this back here. You are going to come in this direction. Let me think about this. Yeah, how do I want to do this? Maybe I will do that there. Sure, why not? And then priority input from the top, actually. And then you go up and up. And there we go. That way you're on both sides. Did change you, yes? Yes I did, okay. So now I just have to wait for the trucks to arrive and this whole area should become kind of a thing of the past. Also, priority output to the bottom. And let's lower your priority to like 5. Like pretty much absolute minimum. Okay. Is that gonna be a problem with cellulose? How is that doing? If anything, sugar's piling up faster than the cellulose is, okay. How surprising. Okay, so this is being made into botany science. All cool, all good. Let's see, the grass comes up here. It does get priority shoved this way, where it is making it all the way to the end of the line without any issue. The excess comes up here and gets turned into sugar. Yeah, that's looking pretty good to me. So what do you need? You do need nematology, which I don't have. What do you need? All you need is botany. I do have that. Actually, come up to you. Interestingly, you require nematology. Oh, you do require the nematology research. Okay, I was gonna say, weird you only take the sugar, but actually you do require this one. In fact, all of these do, except for this textiles one. So I'll go ahead and queue you as well. Yeah, just double checking you. You take nematology. Okay, so after those, I'll go and queue these researches, just so the labs have something to do. I do have a couple checkpoints. Consume processors. Looks like I'm most of the way through, but I'll have to see if I can do anything about that. And then place 10 thermal tank 3s. I don't think I produce thermal tank 3s, so that would be pretty interesting if I did that. Okay, just saying that I'm missing modules. Okay, fair enough. Let me make sure that's the only thing those speed modules require, because it doesn't look like I've made any progress. I also need heat pipe 3. Okay. Heat pipe 3 is made in a foundry with compressed helium. Okay. Compressed helium, huh? Where do I get compressed helium? I mean, of course, I can just move it around. It's no big deal. I just think it's somewhere around here. Okay, so there's compressed helium. I'm not gonna put something way out that way. That's just a little silly. Okay. So, compressed helium. Let's just request you here. And then let's get a foundry. And I'll just pop you right there. So, blue chest, red chest, input, and output. What was I even trying to make? Heat pipe. Heat pipe 3, there we go. Go ahead and crank those numbers up just a smidge. Even if I just double them, that's still something. There we are. Oh yeah, and how many of these do I want to keep? Honestly, no idea. Say like 800 or something. If I ever do need to upgrade large swaths of my power farm for some reason, then 800 isn't even going to be close, but it'll at least get me most of the way there without being a massive waste. Oh yeah, you need trucks. Also, before I do anything, that really shouldn't be butted all the way against you. Let's move you down one, in case something else happens to need helium. That doesn't sound like an incredibly unlikely scenario. I did say at some point I was going to put another one of these dispatchers down this way. So let's put you, like, right there. Okay, I guess I'm just waiting for fuel in the sky. Shouldn't take too terribly long. because I know I definitely have the compressed helium. That's not an issue. I just saw a whole giant tank full of compressed helium. Yeah, there you go. Oh, nope. Gotta do a dance. And there you go. Everything else should have arrived. Somehow Pipe 4 didn't arrive yet. On the way. It just feels like they're bringing it from down here. You know what? They may very well be bringing it from down there, possibly. Well, anyway, that will resolve itself. That'll start getting me the speed modules that I threw in this line up here. And into these beacons as well. No green circuits. No ferronickel sheet. That's textiles. So, ferronickel, huh? So hard to find anything in this part of the base. Okay. Yep. Ferronickel's come in pretty slow, it looks like. Not that it isn't coming at all, it's just, you know, a little slow. That would update a lot of individual things. What if I start with a just sweeping pipe upgrade over this part? Now what would you do? Okay, yeah, still a little too much. Let's just more surgically upgrade the machines. These are all Foundry 2s, and I do have Foundry 3s. I can also upgrade these guys. Not their power poles, that would be a little silly. And then get more productivity into them, and make them faster at the same time. Pretty good deal if you ask me. Guess I might as well do the same down here. Okay, those are already upgraded. There we are. And I can at least upgrade you to that tier of speed. Okay. I mean, hopefully that does something. With all this, this all needs upgraded as well. As do you, as do you. There we go. And of course, can't leave these guys behind. Where's iron? Okay, if I did everyone else, I can't just leave iron out. Let's get them upgraded as well. There we go. Not really too concerned about iron up there. Iron's been doing just fine. Alright, did that help ferronickel though? We should, in theory, be producing 2.8, 2.9 a second. A lot of it's coming down to be made into motors, though. Well, half of it is going into a splitter, so, you know. But even still, that should be... well, it's only like 1.5 a second. not exactly supermassive high amounts. Don't know where it's going though. The bots do seem to be coming to take it as quickly as I can make it. So it's going somewhere. I guess if I really need green circuits sometime soon, I'll have to go do something about it. I'm not that bothered right now though. So now that this has been left to run for a little while, how's it going? Running just fine, okay. You might be the smoothest running of my botanical science, or not botanical, my biosciences out of any of them. Did the sugar thing ever take hold? Let's see. Does look like it should have. Does look like it should have, okay. And I mean, hey, that in theory should mean that my glycerol usage goes way, way down. Which would just absolutely be wonderful. I might actually be able to make some amino acid soon. What do you know? Worm and saline water is kind of an insane recipe. That's pretty funny. Bizarre recipes. Why does arthropod and saline water give me plastic? What's going on over there? Worm egg, saline water, and solvent gives amino acids and nucleotides. Don't know why worms would give rutile, but sure. Okay, anyway, I do have bigger and better things for amino acids in the near future. Glycerols now held back by ECH. Is held back by propene, okay. I mean, not that that's good, but at least it's not one of the chlorine products again. Wonder if there's anything I can come up here and do about it. Carbon monoxide is low. You all seem to be running. Don't know why that would be. Ah, hydrogen. Hydrogen is low. Always such a strange combination of things like that. Okay. Hydrogen is definitely not low, up until this point. And you're just maxed out. Let's just upgrade a couple random pumps here and there. You don't need upgrading. But maybe you do. Who can say? Yeah, you're nowhere near needing upgrading. At least not until these further back do. Like, okay, there's at least ample hydrogen up through this point. We just need you to upgrade, please. My hero, thank you! Okay, that's pushing a lot more hydrogen into the system. There we go. And yeah, you also need to upgrade. I'm just going down the line. Okay, that's where you stop. Then we're into the compressed recipes. And those aren't running nearly as much. Yeah, the pumps are quite comfortable over there. Well, if nothing else, hopefully that helps with production. Does look like it. Well, that's the compressed stuff, though. It definitely looks better. Like, it still flashes red for a second, but it's definitely better. So with grass out of the way, what even is the next one? It's worms, isn't it? Yes, I already have them unlocked. So, worm genome is more geology research. I'm already using that one. Kind of unfortunate that it has to double dip on that one. Oh well. More algae genome. So many nucleotides. That's really expensive in nucleotides. And bacteria. Bacteria is also kind of an awkward one to get down here. If I'm not already running the pipe, I'm gonna need to. Okay, I believe this is protocell. Yes, I saw it for just a moment. What all do I still need protocell for? Protocell, arthropod, fish, worm. Okay, so I do need it. It just needs to continue down. A little tricky finding spacing for these guys. As it happens, this belt's going to be right in the way for one of you. Not that this belt isn't right in the way for you, so... You know, happens. There you are. Okay, so protocells, amino acids, fatty acids. That's what I've got so far. I do need to bring bacteria down as well. Okay, so here's bacteria. You come down this way. I guess I can get you over here. I could also move you, like, over here if I really needed to. Would not be that difficult at all. In fact, I already have effluent over there. I might go ahead and just do that. So there we go. And connect you in. Okay, so I've got bacteria down there now, and the other liquids that I should need. What is the protoworm maiden? So nano, nano, and then flotation. Okay. Oh, it's been a while since I've had a nano, I guess. Also, I need to get roboports down here. Can't forget about that. I get some without the speed beacons. There we go. Let's grab you. Come on, you want to connect. You want to connect so bad. Okay, there you are. And there you are. And let's get another radar down here to go ahead and preemptively start pushing back the map boundary. Once again, if I could speak properly. Roads on the right side, so radar can go on the left. Maybe, in fact, you just go on top. That way you're not in the way, potentially, of pipes or anything. Grab a nanofab. So 1, 2. That's 1 belt, 2 belt, 3 belt. And then make sure you're at the correct height. And by height, of course, I mean distance from road. Everything else has been. Okay. Worm genome. 1, 2, 2 liquid inputs, 2 item inputs, and then 1 item and 1 liquid out. And it is just a wastewater out, so it's not even like that big of a deal. I will probably put the extra input on the bottom. Maybe that's even just pipe. Like, I think that's fine. Okay. Grab you, put you there. Make sure to offset you, and then actually need to move that. 1 to the side, there we go. And then I guess you get to be here, which means you have to come up to here. Nope, just there. So that you can underground and be joined side to side and all. You can't really do that on the bottom because there is already a pipe in the way. Let's see. You need 0.2 and 0.02. So for every genome, I need 10 geology science. The productivity will help with that just a smidge, but man, that's a pretty harsh ratio. That's a pretty harsh ratio. Okay. Well, get you in here. Something like that. That way I can get inserters into you, and you also need to come one this way. And then I'll have another belt up this way, and that's for the other genome. Since the ratios here are so wild, like we need 10 times the science pack compared to our other input and our output, I thought I would go ahead and put them on different belts. Just seemed to make sense. Also, how do you tile? Like, if I put you there, what do you do? That's just good, correct? Okay. Oh no. Okay, so that does stay. You need to be long. Okay. Did I do something weird? Hold on. What? I put you here. Yeah, that's just right. Yeah, that's just right. Okay. I don't know what I did the first time. It just came out a little weird. Guess it's no big deal. I forgot to copy the bottom. So if I want anything even approaching 1 per second. How long do you take to craft? 40 seconds. But with the slowdown, it's going to be... Yeah, that's a 75% slowdown without the speed beacons, so maybe I should have just went ahead and copied them in. I'm gonna need a few of these, I think. And in fact, if possible, I would like to have them on both sides. I might just special case this one. Where do the beacons go? Okay, let's pick up the beacons. And make sure I can hit the top of you and the bottom of you without the beacons overlapping. Let's see, the pipe is your cutoff right there. So as long as I'm below the pipe, I'm good. And then just keep that one going down this way. And the same facing down here. There we go. Oh, there's one off pace over there, so let's get that placed. Introduction of organisms into the wild that weave novel ecosystems. Good. Cool. This one. Okay. Achieve 30% progress toward Algae mission objective. Okay, I have to do trees first though, which requires the worms. Okay, working on it. So, algae genome. That I'm gonna have to just bring in. Geology science, that's gonna be in on logistics drones. Nucleotides I've got, bacteria I've got. I don't have nucleotides, actually. Don't even know where the nearest nucleotides would be. Okay, here is the nearest nucleotide. I guess I can just request them. Let's see, all these guys... What even are you? I'm gonna guess you're the one that I need. Grass genome. You happen to want grass genome. You want algae genome. Okay. That's fine too. So, let's see. I want a... It is 1-to-1. I really should use a requester depot, which really means I should be putting road up here. So, very first, let's go algae genome. Then nucleotides. And geology. Okay, and really the geome and geology should exchange. So let me do that real quick. And maybe the fluid should also exchange with you. There we go. And let's get some trucks in here. Let's start with like 10 trucks of you. Maybe just like 3 trucks of you or something. And it's a fluid. It's not ever gonna have this much, but I'll do 8. Just sure, why not? do that for the very first one so I can get the pipe in here. Let's see, bacteria. Bacteria is over here somewhere. Go ahead and, if possible, put a pump on you. Where would these guys want to be, ideally? Right there, okay. Just making sure I wasn't in the way of anything. So throw a pump on there, and just connect with pipe. Didn't I put a hanger or whatever it is up here? Yes, I did. No idea if it's actually doing anything. No idea. I'm gonna assume it probably is. Okay, well that would be worm genome. So worm genome. Let's see. You're used in worm progenitor, which is used in the science pack, of course. Oh, and like a massive amount of carbon dioxide. Like a truly absurd amount of carbon dioxide. Worm progenitor 2 is a really weird recipe. I'm also probably not getting it for a little while, so I'm not that worried about it. You do take oil, unfortunately. For some reason I'm bringing down grass genome. What is grass genome used in? You're used in tree. Okay, I can make trees soon. Trees are just after worms. Wondering why I was bringing this down over here. Guess I'll just continue undergrounding you down and away. And there you go. Okay, so once again, those things, I should have them coming in as soon as the trucks actually choose to arrive. Go ahead and break you to bring you further back. Break you, bring you further back. Output to both sides. Not left and right, top and bottom. You know what, just for fun, you can be on the right. Okay, and then this one here actually needs quite a bit. Not that I'm actually going to be able to produce that much science anytime soon, but, you know, maybe I'll build up a backlog or something, who knows. Okay, the trucks are coming in. That means I should soon get the fuel, which I also should have a fuel truck up here somewhere. Wow, even my quote-unquote nearby one is still that far away, I guess. But it did choose this one. It did dispatch them. Okay. But that is the only things I need. I have to deal with the wastewater. How is my my wastewater situation? I know you're in here somewhere. I feel so blind. Like, I have somewhere that's producing something from wastewater, and I want to see how it's doing, but I can't quite seem to find it. There you are, deuterium and tritium. So you are full on deuterium. What do I do with deuterium? Currently, nothing, it seems. Yep, I can vent it if I want. I think I'll just put another tank here, and if you also fill up, then I will actually just vent you. How much do you make? Very little, okay. Because I think tritium is the more valuable of the two. Let's also continue extending radar coverage down this way. I do want this patch of phosphorite down here. Not a horrible idea to be digging towards this calcite either at the rate that I'm going through it. Okay. Just wanted to check on it. In fact, how are my other resource mines doing, just while I'm up here? Nickel, iron, bauxite, all full, but how are the mines themselves? Okay, so this is finally dead. That can be deconstructed. Let's see, are you important? No, you're part of the train station, so that can all go away. Okay, that should be fine. Don't really need to do any more than that. But of course, that's the old calcite, the new calcites, this one down here. Bauxite still going strong. The edges, of course, are always the least rich part, so we're making our way towards the center, but 6.6 million will hold us for a while. Sandstone at 33 million. I think we're pretty safe there. I don't even know if I have an actual iron mine. No, I do not. Do I have an actual nickel? It does look like I do somewhere. Did you get placed yet? Yes, you did. So just keep it on. So nickel, where is my nickel mine? There you are. You've got 329k left. Not the greatest. Especially since you've mostly been reduced to a trickle. So where would be a good place to get a little more nickel coming in from? Well, there's a million nickel right there. I'm gonna go over 2.7 nickel right here. Either one of those would be good. I'd be more preferential towards this one, but this one is bigger. Like, this one's in a better location. There's also a 4 million down here. I'll probably just take this one. Seems fine. Missing construction. Yeah, okay. Somehow all of my construction bots are busy right now. Well, sorry guys. I guess there's a little more calcite in the chest than I thought there was. My bad. Well, okay. Uh, that's fine. I thought those didn't have modules for a second, so I wanted to zoom in and see what was going on over there. Still need the algae. Let me see if I even put algae in a depot. I do, but it's not being produced very quickly. Bacteria, which needs chemistry. Chemistry science is running. You know, I do have another recipe for chemistry science. That's biochemistry. I could have sworn I had another recipe. Yeah, there you are. So it takes filter 2, underground pipe, calcium chloride boxes, eutectic salt boxes, a styrene barrel, a glycerol barrel, a solvent barrel, and a sulfuric acid barrel. Now, when I first got this recipe and I saw the glycerol barrel, I was immediately like, well, that's never happening. I never have any glycerol. But now that that's mostly resolved, I think, I might be able to spring for this recipe, and it should be a little cheaper. At least that would be my assumption. Yeah, good night, man. Have a good one. It would mean completely ripping this apart, though. So let me see if I can get a good design settled before I do anything. Oh yeah, I have a new explosive, not that I really mind too terribly much. There you are. Okay. You do produce 25 science packs per recipe. That's not bad. Like, it's not bad. I do make filter 2s. I do make underground pipes. I don't make calcium chloride boxes, but I could. I don't think I make eutectic salt boxes, and I might make these somewhere. I definitely don't make the barreled fluids. Cam productivity, you just fine. Just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 solid inputs, and then 4 solid outputs. Typically, I do not like the idea of using bots for science. I might not care at this point, especially if I can get tier 3 bots going, which I should have been making this whole time. Let's see. Yes, I am topped up on tier 3 bots, so I can come down here. So, current construction. Remove you and put tier 3 construction. And current logi, remove you and put tier 3 logi. And then old logi includes tier 2. And old construction includes tier 2. And that should propagate through everywhere. The only thing that needs to be updated, I think, is these filters here. Which are coming from somewhere. Oh, these constants. There we go. So you are, for some reason, different from the ones in here, but, you know, what can you do? So old Logi, and old construction. There you go. So we're gonna start slowly removing all of the old ones. Why are you requesting new one? I don't think you should. Let's see, you are being pulled out, that's cool. You probably should be requesting the new ones then. That's just gonna clog ya. Yeah, this over here also needs to be manually reset. But you can just be set to new? Nothing? Let's say new Logi, change you to tier 3. Okay, then I'll do the same down here. You are construction and tier 3 construction. And let's have you not do that. Okay. Cool. I think we're cool. That should have kickstarted the process of transitioning everything over to tier 3 bots. So back down to chemistry science. Let's move you a little closer down this way so I can see you a little more up close. So I'm gonna need 4 different fluids to be barreled and then 3 different fluids to be unbarreled, including hydrogen chloride. Which really isn't useful for anything. Yeah, I can make, like, lubricant. That's about it. I mean, obviously I have 2 huge areas making hydrogen chloride. In fact, maybe I could just request it into here. So, like, if I say, you're channel 1, then request hydrogen chloride here. So, you there, and into there. Okay. That's a one-way pump. That's a one-way. I can feed you in up top instead. Okay. Let's get rid of that. Put you there. Okay, not that this is great either, but it's at least getting me somewhere. And there we go. Okay. So then, and this even feeds into a buffer, so that's like double good. Oh, I forgot that's all going to get wiped out as soon as I actually put the recipe in. So, hydrogen chloride. Okay, I just have to close the screen first. That's what I was testing there. I actually close it and reopen it, then it remembers it. You can just be a pipe. Okay, anyway. I don't really care what your priority is. If anything, if something else somewhere is requesting hydrogen chloride, I probably don't want it to be here. So let's see, where am I? There's science. Let's see if I can just request most of these products or not. So the barrels, of course, I will not be able to. Can I request these things? Bizarrely, it seems not. Am I in like a logistics dead zone, maybe? It doesn't seem so. No, they're delivering. It just took a minute for some reason. Okay, so I do have all of these things. I have 50 of the salt, like 4,000 of you, 200 of you, 100 of you. Okay. Yeah, okay, so I have all the things. I should have all the fluids. Styrene is not going to be available for delivery. On the other hand, it's probably like right over here. Let's see, do you produce styrene? You produce styrene. So let's just throw it into a, I could put you in a fluid depot, or I could just put you in a barrel right here. Yeah, you're only used in these recipes. You can only be made into rubber, or plastic, or thrown in a barrel. That's it. So there is no reason to put the fluid itself. Except we aren't gonna have barrels over here unless I bring them, and yeah, that's a little silly, so... I can also probably move a lot more fluid in a fluid truck than I can in a fluid barrel. Yeah, okay, there we go. I'll just bring styrene itself in. And the other ones are pretty easy. Solvent, glycerol, sulfuric acid, of course, I have those. Okay, so let's get all the trucks removed from these first so I can try and empty them. There we are. I guess as somewhat of a bonus, that will reduce my amount of ammonia consumption by a fair bit. On the other hand, hopefully my sodium hydroxide consumption doesn't become an issue. Yeah, there's 11,000 concrete in there. I'd really rather not make the bots move all that. But you're not even an ingredient over here, so... what can I do? Okay, while that's emptying out, is there anything I can do over here? Still need algae genome. How strange. Yeah, you're not running because there's no bacteria genome because there's no green science. There is, however, 186 in the network. So what if I just help? Let's see how that does. That should get the worm genome going. And then once we have that, we can make the worm progenitor in another nanofab right below. How many things does the worm progenitor need? sugar, genome, and then the 3 fluid inputs. I might be able to squeeze you in here, especially since one of your inputs is just the worm genome. Like that might be able to happen. All you need is sugar. That's the only other input. So if I have you go this way and then output that way. Yeah, I can do something like this. So that's going to get in the way of the other worm. So the other one could just go up here. It's not like these are fast, high throughput buildings or anything. So if you just pick up down there and drop 2 tiles down, and then you pick up diagonal right, drop 2 tiles down on the inside, I think you'll do just fine. You actually need the underground, I think, because you need to come up. And that probably means you should be the 2 tall, because otherwise it's hard for this guy to escape. Also, I never did do anything with this wastewater, but funny enough, let me get this to copy and paste a time or two. Funny enough, I can just connect my wastewater straight up into you, and then deal with them all together. I don't have anything to do with the protocell. That's a little bit of an issue. Yeah, can't do anything up top. There's bacteria and stuff in the way. Best I can do is come down here. It's quite a journey, but it's the best connection spot that I've got. Okay. I also lost the belts. Let's make sure we get those back in place. This might be a little bit manual to set up. There's just not a very automated way to get this done. Oh yeah, you need input also. There. Okay. So you pick up from too far away. You pick up from too away as well. Go ahead and pick those up. Clean up the system by requesting the genomes. Kind of same way I did up here. Grab you, move you down, and now let's see if you can tile. Like mostly, but this guy becomes an obstacle pretty quickly. Go ahead and put that over there. Connect you. Weird. Okay. Doesn't matter. Don't know how I wound up with those weird little extra pipe bits, but I guess it's fine. What happened? What? I have no idea what happened. Yeah, let's just scratch that whole bottom part. Okay. I'll be a little more careful this time. Yeah, like you, that's definitely not right. Okay, at least it looks better this time. I must have just been off by a tile or something. What is going on? That's definitely not okay. Oh, well, that would do it. I just didn't set you up correctly. Yeah, that's a good reason for you to feel different, I guess. That sure would do it. There we go. Okay, I think I managed to get that all cleaned up and sorted out. The bottom's still not quite right. Yep, still not quite right. Let's see. Problems start right here. I think I'm gonna just tear that whole thing down and try that again. Something was just not... Something was not vibing. Something was not okay. Okay, so copy that down. Good. Cool. Okay, not far enough. So you go there. You go there. You go there. And just so on down the way. Okay, see, that one is going to be right in the way. Just deal with it when we get there. Like this one, also right in the way. So what if you picked up from like a knight's move away, from like right there? Should be fine. And then, likewise, you right here can output one to the right. And one to the right. There we go. Okay. Not too bad. 1, 2. Okay, so 1, 2. So it looks like you want to be more there. So you pick up from the left. Then you drop 2 to the left. And 2 to the left. Okay. I mean, it's not a pretty design. But that's not really the goal, I guess. I mean, it would be, wouldn't be a bad goal. It's just a little beyond my, my ability to care at the moment. I would just like to have them running. So, sugar, worm genome, protocell, amino acid, oil. I do not make oil yet. Sugar should be fine. Okay, can have a whole belt just for sugar, yes. And sugar's up here. So I can go ahead and send you down this way. Nope, something's already there. I can send you down this way, however. And for every 1 worm progenitor, I need 8 sugar. That is quite the ratio. So there's the boxer. Oh, also, you don't have any input. That's interesting. Let's make you a blue underground. That way you can go 1 further. And in fact, 1 further than that. Now, diagonal you, diagonal you. And diagonal you. Boxer goes there. Inserter goes there. Very good. Okay. I wonder if that helps me at all. Can't say it really appears to. Nope, I wanted that part. So you're still connected. You can just be a belt. Okay, so left side. Yeah, doesn't line up with you super well. How far could I lower you? One tile. Does that do anything for me? Doesn't seem to. Just gets me out of the way of the very top belt. Which, hey, is better than nothing, but not exactly what I'm looking for here. I guess I could put you there. And let's see. So if the thing's on this square, I want an inserter here, and then the belt can be here. In other words, inserter, and then box. Okay, so you're pretty normal. Let's grab that. Okay. So, double right side just because we kind of had to. But ideally, it would go more like this. Hold up. Okay, so right there to right there. And then all this goes away. Okay. So in you go left, you go right. Let's grab a boxer. Okay. We're getting somewhere. By somewhere, I mean deep into insanity. So we have 15 of these guys. All we've done. That's all we did was 15 of them. We probably need quite a few more. Just out of curiosity, how close are you? Not at all. So let's see. You, how far can you go? That square right there. That does work for me. You can be a boxer, so you pick up from diagonal left. And then out somewhere that way. Also forgotten the belt across the top. Make sure you have all of your modules in you. $240. Wow. Also, all of the genomes are going to flow to the left. That is kind of a problem. What I might do is this very first guy over here. Just outputs this way. That way I can still supply this first nanofab here. If anything, it even gets the first of the supplies, so it should be the first one to run, the one most guaranteed to run. But then, as they run down, we just collect them up. The other way around, if the belt runs to the left, then once we run out of machines that are producing, then the machines to the right can never have any of that input. Okay, so they do all reach correctly. Good. Okay. Of course, you guys will have to go 2 squares to the left as well. Yes, okay. Just making sure I did cover all my bases there. Okay, connect you. Let's get the last of the proto cells connected in. How is it that protocells and the wastewater are on the same line? I remember one of them was down below, I just don't remember which. Okay, it was the protocells. At least you make for a nice, easy copy and paste. Not like the cleanup mission I'm gonna have to go on here. So, protocells, get rid of that. Get rid of this part on the top. Oh yeah! There we go, that's the thrilling stuff. Nope, that's actually meant to be there. Okay, there we go. So, protocells should be all connected together. And only to each other, not to the wastewater. There we go. So we do need the sugar, we do need the fluids, but then we are done. Then we're done. Okay. Algae genome still needs to come in. Where on earth is algae? There you are. Well, I mean, you're running, I guess. Where'd the box sugar go? Okay, so this belt here. This one is sugar. Sure doesn't look like it. That's because you're cellulose. Okay, where was sugar then? Yeah, that is cellulose. Okay, sugar was way up here. I guess I'll just request sugar. Not that big of a deal. Yeah. I'll just request sugar right here. So, one to the left, and hug the left. Okay. Nope, not that one. I want this one. There we go. Yeah, let's make sure to give you a couple trucks. And before you send off... Oh, I already have the boxer as part of you. Okay. Well, there we go then. So let's get all of the fluid inputs connected. So, protocell. Amino acids, I'm pretty sure we need. Yes, right down at the bottom. And then the last one, what was it? Oil. I don't make oil yet. That's right. Whew. I don't know why the The sleep deprivation's hitting a little harder, a little earlier than usual today. I may not go for my usual time this stream. I don't know if that's clear in the way I've been building things, but I've been a little more spaced out and a little more haphazard than typical. But let's see. What do I need for oil? Oil's made in a chem plant. And there's a bunch of different ways I could make you later, including from tree seeds, fish, more fish. Okay, so for right now, all I can really do is do fatty acids and glycerol. I do have fatty acids down here. I will have to request glycerol. I wonder how fast you are. So let's see. You produce 10 per second, and I need practically none. What is oil ever used in? 16 becomes 10 paraffin. I need 15 per tree. Yeah, okay. So I kind of assumed I was going to need more, especially fish. Fish seem to use a lot. So let's just make a real place. There we are. And it's much better to just copy and paste something a whole bunch of times if you know you're going to need a whole bunch of them, than to make a little temporary setup for it and then curse yourself later. Yeah, that's it. Just those two inputs. So fatty acid and glycerol. There we go. As I often do, I think I will go ahead and separate you with a pump. Okay, and then that's kind of all that I needed up here. Like, if I bring oil this way, are there any belts or anything else in the way? The road comes down this far. So yeah, I wouldn't quite be able to make a pipe right there. If I were out of the way of this, I could, but unfortunately, that is not the case. I think I'll just come to this side of the road, in which case, I might as well go one further and then be able to travel alongside hydrogen. Let's see. So you go there. Oil comes out right here. There we go. All I need to do is request in glycerol. Let's grab glycerol. And that is gonna just come right down this way. And yeah, you need 0.03 per second, and you produce 3 per second. Granted, I'm gonna need quite a lot more than one machine, of course, but the ratio is quite strong. Okay, there we go. So let's continue just pushing on this way. Also, making sure you are in fact connected. Okay. I mean, it's a little manual. Each one has to be just a little bit special, but it's fine. I've done worse. I think half of you don't have output somehow. Yes. You don't even have output. And by output, of course, I mean the opposite of output, which is input. Oh yeah, let's go. Let's go. Okay, there we go. So we are just waiting for inputs, but which inputs was it? Like, we have the worm genome, we have sugar. At least we should. Sugar's on the way. Algae genome. Algae genome is not on the way. And I don't know why. Maybe I'm taking algae genomes somewhere already? Like, every time I come up here, it looks like it's just about enough to take somewhere, so it's gotta be filling up and being taken somewhere. I think I'm gonna wait and watch, and while I wait, I'm gonna take a sip of water. Oh, perfect timing. Okay, so where could you possibly be going? Grass. Okay. So grass is requesting them. I mean, that does make sense. Yeah, we're mostly missing bacteria back that way. You're missing cellulose. Interesting. I don't think I'm actually providing cellulose anywhere. The only place where cellulose comes in is up here now, I'm pretty sure. You also request regular cellulose and are not getting any. Let's see, box cellulose comes out here though. So that one does want box cellulose. So what if I just changed you? Let's see, what if I move you over a square, have you pick up from that direction, and then have you over here and have you drop to the right. And then in the middle there's going to be a box. And then instead of cellulose, you bring in boxed cellulose. And then the same up here. So grab you, move you to like right here, put a box in, and throw an inserter in, and changed you to boxed cellulose. Now let's see if you actually get anything. Who can say? Box cellulose. Effect size 100. So yeah, it doesn't look like you're going to be getting too terribly much. Effluent is full. I don't think I ever actually set up anything to deal with effluent, so that's not exactly a shocker. Okay, we do have worm progenitors running. I don't know how or why, but suddenly, somehow, they kicked off. Okay, well, we do have worms. We do have worms. Okay, so oil is on the inside here of hydrogen. I guess that's fine. All the other fluids and stuff seem to be doing just swell. Oh, what are you typically? Red, yes. Okay. So let's get all these belts run down. One of you, I believe, is actually not red. But if that's the case, it looks like I kind of forgot. Okay, it does seem to be you. It looks like you load the blue, so I'll keep you blue for now. Okay, so there's the worm progenitors. So we're gonna bring you in over here and down. And then of course underground the steel, underground here, and you, and you. What do you know? You too. Oh yeah, I suppose these guys also need to be connected. So now with the worm progenitor, I should be able to just make worms. You take sand, grass, worm progenitor, effluent, oxygen. Okay, I am venting oxygen somewhere nearby. You're going to produce a large amount of carbon dioxide. I think I looked at you earlier and thought you're consuming large amounts of carbon dioxide, but you're definitely producing carbon dioxide. Or it could have been something else that was consuming carbon dioxide. It's not like that's a weird ingredient in the biology sciences line. Anyway, I forgot to look at something important. So, worm 1, worm 2. I do already have worm 2. You take sand, grass, worm egg, effluent, and oxygen in a flotation cell. So I will have to bring sand in. Everything else should just be here. Okay. So bring the road out this way. And that's going to be where the requesters go. Let's not forget the pipes. The pipes as well as any of the belts. There we are. Let's back you up, bring you off the road, and there you are. Okay. Make sure you stay connected. I bet you're going to be needed. Okay, so worm 2. That's going to be the primary recipe that we want. We want to bring in sand. I think that's it, actually. Get some sand in here. Mining prod 19. Nice. So, 3 solid inputs and 3 solid outputs. Why do you input and output worm eggs? How strange. I mean, sure, I guess that's fine. I might go ahead and lower you just a smidge more. That way I can have... Let's see. What are the proportions here? So I need the most of worm eggs. Then grass and sand. I think I'll have sand and grass share a belt, and then the closer belt can just be worm eggs. Or I could just have you input and output worm eggs onto the same belt. Nah, that doesn't sound like a good idea. Like, how does that work exactly? So, worm 1 creates 1 worm and 2 worm eggs. Worm 2 just takes 11 worm eggs and then produces worms. Okay, so I am going to need quite a few of these worm progenitor recipes. It looks like 6 of them minimum. Yeah, okay. Nothing really changes though. So this is going to be the sand belt. What are you? Sugar. I don't think we use sugar here. So you can just carry on. We will use the grass, which is, I believe, this one. Does grass get used and anything else later? No, it looks like it's just worms, so we can just get in the grass into here. That's not an issue. What I will do is side balance the grass. Because we're going to be side loading you. There we go. We're going to be side loading you onto the belt here. And then sand's on the other side. Connect in. Okay. So then I need worm eggs and I need to output worm eggs. Yeah, just trying to figure out how that one's gonna work. I mean, obviously, it's not like super complicated. It's just I'm trying to think about pros and cons. Like, what's the best way? What's a way that doing it the simple way might backfire on me? You know, I'm just trying to make sure I've fully thought through my options. I still need to get the grass in. So maybe you get to be long, and kind of a reflection of the previous setup that I made. You get to be long, and then there's 2 in the middle here. You output diagonal, you output to the right, and reach up to. That should be cool, I think. So this is the output belt. Let's say that's shared worms and eggs. Then we filter. So let's say just eggs. Though in order to do that, I have to push that forward and then put a regular splitter here. And then you go up here. So priority output that direction. And then you go up this way and in. Okay, and then I still have worms and worm eggs going this way. Are the eggs used for anything else? Let's see. With worm science, I can turn them into nucleotides, which sounds like a pretty sweet deal to me. Yeah, okay. So then again, once we're past that area, I will once again filter here. I'll put you on bottom side because we're going to be using you first. And then this is just worms here. Okay. Cool. Good. Let's underground you, and maybe have you up a little earlier. Or, alternatively, you can just be a really big underground. There we go. That way, worms can just come this way and take the spot that used to be belong to grass. Since nothing's gonna go there anymore, now you're worm. And then you can come 1 tile further, just to give me a little extra room when trying to plan machines and stuff. So I do need effluent and oxygen in here. So those are both just a matter of running a pipe this way. Let's see, oxygen's right here. I believe that's the taller one. Yes, it is. So you just connect right in. And then effluent's all the way over here. Do I still have all the pipes? Yes, I do. Okay. There we are. Make sure you continue. Everyone's happy. Okay. I did forget to separate you with a pump. So let's do that for oxygen. And let's do that with effluent, which you are in input. So you do need to be facing in that way. And then carbon dioxide. Do I have a carbon dioxide pipe? Yes, I do. So, I might as well send you out. There you go. Hopefully I have enough venting to deal with that much carbon dioxide, honestly. So, now it's time for the input of eggs. Nope, I already have egg input sorted up there. Okay, so I only need output. You are going to make mineral dust. Did kind of just forget about that part. Is anything else down this way going to use mineral dust? No. Okay. Well, good to know then. So let's get a supply depot. Put you right around here. You're going to filter out mineral dust. And send it on this way. Of course, once you get placed, I'm gonna massively mess with your priority and everything, but I do kind of have to wait for you to be built. That does seem to be the last remaining things, though. So there you go. Okay. The eggs themselves are going to go into a distillery, it looks like. And I might even want an overflow that goes into a crusher that just turns them into more effluent. Depending on how many worms I need, in proportion to how many worm eggs. Okay, I only need worms for the research, which I mean is on track with all the other stuff. Just wanted to make sure. Also, yes, this science pack is the one that takes in the absurd amount of carbon dioxide. Checkpoint processors. Okay, processor utilization cleared. So, distillery. Let's get you down here somewhere. I don't actually have the recipe for this yet, but I will before too terribly long. Yes, it's this one right here. I'm going to go ahead and queue you, even though I don't have the nematology research yet. I guess I'll go ahead and queue you as well. Don't know why I'd want to do that. Ooh, capacitor box. Hold on. So 4 memory circuits comes from 2 circuits and 3 capacitors. So 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 5. Okay, so there is a 25% bonus if all you do is switch to the boxed recipes and add 1 argon per 25 memory circuits. That's a pretty good deal. Yep, that's a pretty good deal. Character move speed, huh? Sure, I mean, I guess I need you to progress. Might as well queue you. Third capacity. We'll leave it there. So let's see. Worm egg, saline water, solvent. And then 3 fluid outputs, one of which is wastewater. Okay, so 1 item, 2 fluids in, 3 fluids out. There we go. And then just connect them all in. Go ahead and do this to make you a little more easily tile-able. Except for that, you actually connect on the sides. There you are. And then, let's see. 2 different fluid input. So, connect in. Connect. Connect. And in you go. Okay. And let's just leave it there, being that I have no idea how many of these I'm gonna need. Drop 2 and drop 2. This is mostly just for holding my spot. This is a spacing pre-build. There we go. So let's see. I think after that we just go for the science pack, right? Yeah, medium assembler. That's it. Let's get a medium assembler in here. Do I have roboports? No. So let me go ahead. Make sure I have that planned out. Might as well continue down for a little while. There we go. That way I know where I can and where I can't really build. So, let's see. Get rid of the box. Get rid of the box. Get rid of the box. Now, nematology. That's worm progenitor, worm, carbon dioxide. So, which one of you is worm? This one is worm. There we go. So, carbon dioxide can come in on the bottom, I guess. So, that's for the worm. You do need 6 a second, though. Or 0.04 science a second. Oh boy! That sure is gonna be rough. I am just at this moment trying to make them work first, and then when we need more and more science packs, I will come back and expand things as needed. But for the time being, I'm just trying to get it to work, you know? So, 6 a second, let's just go ahead and upgrade this belt, I guess. Yeah, you produce 0.33. So if I had 3 of you, that would be 1, so I want at least 36 of you. Because then that gives me 12, and that's at least 2 assemblers, which makes 0.08. If I put you there, then you connect, and you connect the belt. Oh, I don't actually have your output. It's like one item-ish second output, so purple should be enough to handle that. If it's not, then I guess we'll just have to deal. Okay, so let's see if I grab all of you over to oxygen. And then just start pasting a whole bunch. Yes, you do line up. Everything is cool. No one seems upset. Now grab a big old tile of that over to the oxygen. And then just keep copy and pasting that for a while. Okay. And I'm outside of Roboport coverage, so let's just grab you and start walking you that direction. So, how many buildings you got? 42. Let's at least make it a nice even 50. So, 8 more. Let's see. Oxygen to the right is what you should be. No, I want you here. Okay. That should be just slightly over 50. 52. And as long as everyone's all connected up and ready to go, then you should be ready to go. I do, of course, still need to make the starter recipe. In fact, I might go ahead and pop down a couple of yellow chests over this direction in case I need to break stuff, deconstruct it. And then, where do you come from? Okay, so, worm 1. Flotation cell takes all the same inputs, it looks like. So bring that down. You're gonna be worm 1. Okay. So this can just go... That can just go straight in. Oxygen connects in. Carbon dioxide. Let's just vent you for now. Sand, grass, worm progenitor. And then the 2 fluids should just show up. So, drop far away, and inside. And that should pretty much do it. That'll give the same outputs: mineral dust, worm egg, and worm. And that's it. There you are. We're not missing any of this. The bots should be bringing it. The fact that it's not here yet, or at least that it's not light blue. Okay, some of it is. This doesn't look light blue to me, but some of it is now. I think I'm gonna take a sip of water while I wait for them to build this up. Entities missing construction bots. I guess I've taken all of the tier 2 construction bots away. Let's see. Yep, construction bots are down to 450 something. Logistics, still busy. I did set it up so that I only remove bots from the network as long as I have a large surplus of idle bots. So with logistics bots pretty much always being a little bit busy, they won't attrition quite so quickly. There we go. I figured I should go ahead and get these other belts down. Including the worm progenitor. Just probably a good idea. Oh, you're like right next to them. For some reason I was thinking there was a square of space, but that's how the belts are, not how the pipes are. Okay, so this one right here is the worm progenitors. That is going to come into science as well. Let's go ahead and break all of that, actually. Okay, got too greedy. There you go. Now all this can go, however. Okay, so worm progenitors. Get you in here. And you need to be long and long. There you go. That should be both of your inputs, and then all you need is a massive amount of carbon dioxide, which I should be able to supply without too much trouble. I do think, however, I will add a large tank somewhere in here. Just like right there. There we are. Connect in. And continue the line. And of course, pump. Before I forget, gotta have the pump. Alright, so here's the test case. We're missing worm progenitors. They are being made. We just give the system some, though this over here really needs to be labeled worm progenitor, and then you can be labeled as worm. Go ahead and remove you, and then you can be worm egg, I guess. Nothing else in there. Should be good. Okay. Alright, I'm just gonna rip up the last couple squares of belt here, and then put them back. And that should be enough to get you turning. Yes, it is. Okay, we got the first 2 eggs. We need 11 to run a successful recipe. I might need more than I thought, because once again, they're going to split the eggs evenly between the 2 of them. But that is why this one I did actually give productivity modules, because I kind of thought it might have to run a couple times. I was anticipating. Who is missing drones? Ah, right, because I took all your drones away. That would do it. What are you missing? Ammonia. What if I just keep feeding you ammonia for a little while until your other item ingredients run out? Let's see. Okay, so you have plenty of carbon dioxide. Let's see if I can't get a large beacon in here just to help speed that process up a little bit. Also, you don't have output. Like, you're science. You're kind of the thing I want output from the most. Does that work or not? Doesn't really look like it does. Okay, so the tank is a little in the way. Let's go there instead. Reach up, and offset. And there's science out. Okay, and then just connect those and connect those. So at least I have it. Once again, I think it's time for a sip of water. My throat's quite dry right now. Okay, so we have everything we need for nematology science. Where'd the road go? Here is the road. Let's drag that on down. And let's get a somewhat longer underground and play over here. Perfect. Perfect length. Love to see it. Right in the way of these undergrounds, so maybe not as perfect as you'd think. But it was pretty nice while it lasted. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, inserter. In you go. Oh yeah, I wanted to set your priority like sky high. Alright, now that the arts and crafts is over, in fact, let me just fill that in as well. What's going on? Waiting on progenitors and more normal worms. It does look like I seem to have a successful worm cycle going. This seems to have ended. We'll go ahead and throw the 8 worm progenitors into science. And then how many's in here? 9. We can give science 9 worms, I guess. There you go. Okay, so it is definitely running. barely able to output in time. Just barely, but it did. I'm not deconstructing this yet, just because I am a little worried that I might still need it somehow. Let's see. Yeah, just waiting on you. Do we have any progenitors coming in? Like, how are they doing? You're waiting on worm genome, which is waiting on algae genome. Legitimately don't know if algae genome was ever actually brought in here. I delivered some by bot at one point in time, and I think that might have been it, just forever. Yeah, we're out of chemistry science. Well, granted, I did kind of turn chemistry science off. Fair enough. Well, that's only 9.7k concrete, I guess. Yeah, let's just rip the whole thing up, including all this down here. There we go. Alright, it's officially being torn down, so time to actually come up with a design for you. If I had a couple side by side, how would I do this? I probably wouldn't. I guess I should probably focus on getting rid of the ghosts first. So, 4 item barrels. I think I would probably belt those, and then the rest would be in a provider chest in the front. The reason I want to do the barrels is because, of course, they don't show up anywhere else in the logistics system, and that just makes them finicky to work with. So, barreling pump. Let's see, what can I do? Move them up by a tile, and then that should work fine. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Then we just need 3 more unbarreling for all of the waste barrels. So let's grab you. Put you right around here, because I have to make room for the barreling pumps. Oh, first nematology, let's go. Love to see it. Okay, so you go there. Then I need room for 2 belts, so inserter, second inserter, belt, belt. And right there. And there we go. Now you output to the right. You output to the right. And you guys, one of you needs to be offset. There we go. I guess I should set recipes. So styrene, glycerol, solvent, styrene, glycerol, solvent, and sulfuric acid. There we go. It's probably gonna be a minute before they get all that cleared. Oh, there they go. Also, if you notice, we have purple construction bots. That's tier 3, so lovely to see. We are also back up to around 525, or exactly 525 construction bots. So let's see, you're gonna request styrene, you're gonna request glycerol, you get to be solvent, that's the barrel. Solvent. And then sulfuric acid. Not sulfur dioxide. Sulfuric acid, there we go. Now get some trucks in here. There we go. And I would, before I start rebuilding everything, like to get a actual robo-grid in there. Yeah, I believe that's correct. Everything was just red because, well, rather than a pylon, it's a substation, which I do want, and rather than a tier 2, it was a tier 1, but I do want a tier 2. Not a tier 3 though. Tier 2 is fine. I could have sworn that said power was bad, and I was like, there's no way. Okay, anyway, that'll do it for the barrels. There we go, and then you get to be long and long. So get rid of the barrels. And then multiply just by a lot. And I guess by a lot I mean 50. There we go. So let's break you. Move you out of the way somewhere. And then you can likewise go away. So you go there, you go there. You pick up bar, but you get to be offset. And that's a belt of green science right there. Well, okay. That's a belt of green science and waste barrels right there, I guess. So let me, at the edge here, go ahead and filter off for green science. Actually, what are you called? Chemistry? Chemical? Chemistry, okay. Oh, didn't mean to do input priority. There we go. In you go. Then the barrels need a barreling pump, so continue this way. So let's see. Wastewater. Something chloride. Calcium chloride. Nope. Hydrogen chloride. And sludge. Okay. Hydrogen chloride. That was fill, not empty. So let's look for wastewater, empty wastewater, and sludge. Empty sludge. Yep, there we go. And I think what I'll do, let me think. So hydrogen chloride, you're a little difficult to deal with right now. But I think for all of these, I'm just going to throw you into a fluid depot and hope that the logistics system can deal with it. Like they should be able to. But this will be an actual stress test. And of course, let's make sure the priority is bumped up, like as high as it goes. Oh yeah, you guys are gonna need barrels, and you're gonna spit out barrels. I guess that does make sense. Literally didn't even think about it. Oh, also, interestingly, it does, just like the previous science would consume 1 barrel, this also still consumes 1 barrel. It's just only 1 barrel per 25 science now. Okay, so you go 3 out. Let's see. Yeah. Trying to think how I want to do this. Well, first things first, you're in the way. Move you back this way. And yeah, I think I just do that. Not that. So input, input, and input. So pick up from 3 away. You are once again in the way, move over there, and there you go. So you're all going to output to the same side of the belt. It's going to be this inside portion of the curve. So I'm going to have a chest here that's going to request barrels. Empty barrels specifically. Okay, empty barrel doesn't exist. How about just a barrel? There you are. But whenever I go to empty you, I am going to make sure to empty you onto the same side of the belt. That way, these guys get output priority, and then you only fill in the gap. Okay, all we need is the fluid. Which means all we need are barrels. There we go. Might go ahead and bump that up from 20 just a smidge. Yeah, at this rate, it's going to have to build up a buffer of the first tube before it even gets to the second tube. Anyway, so that's going to be a 0.0... Alright, I do have to unbox you. Unless I'm happy just bringing in boxed, which... no, because other places need green science. So, let's be kind and rewind. I didn't need to break that part. There you are. Oh, also, you're not going to work correctly because we're looking at boxed green science. Big difference. Okay. Let's just do that many and then look at it. So 10 would give me 0.3 green science, but then times 5 would be 1.5 because, you know, box and all. Not really sure how much of an improvement that is. Maybe I'll just throw down a couple more stamps, just like double it or something, just in case. Okay. Just missing sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid's at 100%. Should be on the way. It doesn't show any. Oh, that's sulfur dioxide again. Sulfuric acid. Nope, that's empty. Third time's the charm, sulfuric acid. There we go. Yeah, you threw a couple empty barrels over here, unfortunately. Oh, also, this area has no power. I think what I'll do is I'll just grab an inserter over here, filter you to empty barrels, and throw you into a purple chest. And then the bots will get you sorted out before too terribly long. Assuming they can place the purple chest, of course. There we go. And wasn't that easy. Also, why am I not getting sulfuric acid? Wrong button. Okay, you're just not getting barrels because I guess I'm still not requesting enough. Assuming they are bringing them, yes. Delivering 120, not an issue. Yep. Okay, there are barrels in there, it's just not outputting quickly enough. So let me swap to a blue. Kinda thought a purple would be able to handle that. Maybe once everything had built up it would be able to, but you know, at the moment it doesn't seem to be able to. And there we go. Okay. So we've got the new one up and running, all ready to go. Some of you seem a little less ready to go than others, but you know, we're just filling buffers, I'm sure. And as soon as that green science hits over here, it should get whisked away to where we need it. Speaking of which, how is the worm area doing? I think I got the research I was looking for, didn't I? Not yet. Let's just go ahead and jump ahead to you. Okay, it doesn't show it working. Because it's not working. Nematology, microbiology, biochemistry. Okay, why has nematology not shown up yet? I mean, Should. Unless it's just sitting down here because the bots can't see it. Yep, that would be the answer. Is there anything I can do to make you just produce a few more? I need more worms, which need more grass. How have I managed to kill grass? No fertilizer. Because there's no phosphoric acid. That is true. Like 7 hours ago, I started this rail line down to get to this phosphorite down here. Might as well continue placing even more radars. Okay, so where does that get me? We've got nematology pretty much finished up. We have tier 3 bots on the go. We've got the new tier of circuits up and running. And what comes after nematology? I believe that's trees. I believe that's trees. Algae just not cooperating. Algae genome, what you missing? You're missing green science, okay. I mean, working on it. Doing my best. Yep, that's kind of what I thought would happen when I immediately opened you to the bot network, but all they're going to do is pick you up and distribute you through the chests, which will then distribute you through here, but all the same, you're not being consumed, you're just being distributed. How is my nickel patch doing? Forget exactly where that was, but it was looking a little worse for wear. Nickel loading. You got 225k left. Okay. Not a whole lot. Yeah, there's 4 mil down there, another 2.8 mil right there, so I know I already looked at those earlier, it's just, I'm reminding myself they exist. So let's see, if I want you to be probably right about here. Okay, kind of what I was thinking. So let's grab you and make you a T. Oh, cool. And now I'll have to put a straight here and then fix it afterwards. There we go. And now as many straights as get me there. And unfortunately, it wasn't very far until I lost sight. So let's just get yet another radar down this way. And in you go. Still waiting on grass. Same deal, still waiting on you. Which is phosphoric acid. Okay, that does make sense. Now I recall that whole train of thought. Yeah, it's a good thing that I'm getting little trickles of phosphorite from other places, otherwise I would have been in big trouble. Yeah, we are making some phosphoric acid. Let me see if I can upgrade these flotation cells and then get a little more A little more yield, India. And maybe the same up this way. Just since that is by far the most scarce resource that we happen to have, and I guess you're giving me the majority of my phosphorite right now, why don't I add a little productivity to you as well? Well, and it would be silly not to do it to the actual phosphorite crushers then, even if they aren't running. Okay, did that radar get placed? Not only did it not, it's not even in build range yet. Why are you 0? Propene is not cooperating. It's like we just genuinely aren't making enough. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, we're pretty much constantly churning away at an excess of the gases that we don't want. Yeah, I mean, we're doing what we can. We've got most of those tier 3 speed modules placed. We are somehow missing chain signals, don't ask me. Really couldn't tell you. Okay, we do have a whole wave of construction bots coming down. No radar, though. Everything but the radar. I am kind of just waiting to build this mine. If I move on to something else, I am going to get distracted, so I would like to come over and build this before I forget. But it is taking a minute. Just making sure everything else is doing okay. Iron's at 63k. What do you feed? I believe this is the handcrafting base. Where do you go? Yep, that is going to be the handcrafting, like, starter base stuff. So not that concerned about that, but how about the actual iron? Like, where do you come from? Okay, 2 mil. Doing pretty good. Here's steel. There we go. So where is your iron ore coming from? How's it doing? You have 613k. Okay, so not quite as amazing, fantastic. Like, still pretty good, but we'll probably want a replacement before too terribly long. Still no one's decided to replace the radar. Like, watch it be this guy. Go ahead and upgrade these radars. They're having a hard time charging because the roboports are so old. I do have tier 3 chargers, so I can go ahead and just sprinkle those around if only I could see. Okay, here comes someone. They're a little too fast to be able to see what they're carrying anymore, which is a wonderful problem to have. Okay, we were able to upgrade you. There we go, there's a radar. Okay. Now we can see what's happening. Let's go ahead and get the next radar planned out. Oh, it does look like I need to expand this just a smidge. And then radar. Okay, I'll let the bots handle that for a little while. Am I still not making any of that acid up here? Don't ask me to remember the name. Phosphoric. So it doesn't really look like I'm making too much phosphoric acid up here. Yeah, hardly any. I do have more productivity up here now. I mean, yeah, only thing that's gonna solve a resource situation is getting more resources. So, I think it's time to put down another one of those buffer chests, because nothing else is gonna get this done any faster. So I threw a charger down somewhere in here. Let's also put the buffer near the charger. So building. Pylons, hangars, thermal tanks. I don't think that's right. Oh, that's my requesting stuff. Rail build does seem reasonable. So, okay, it only showed, like, for some reason, radars and hangars. And I was like, why would rail build not have rail in it? But, okay. There we go. Still missing 11 chain signals. Okay, is there a problem with chain signals? Or like circuits in general or something? I feel like they're in here. Yes, they are. Nope, they are running. Doing the best they can. Speaking of doing the best they can, how many of those science packs did I make? Also, I should have a holographic sign for you. Let's get that in here. So I've got 4. Let's make sure to do logistics bots, pickup. And how many do I need? I only need 10. I need a few more worms. Worms need grass, and grass needs acid. Okay. So no real getting around that, though I do have some grass in storage. It's kind of emergency grass. But like, I might be able to use a little bit. So it's 9 apiece. That's worms. Let's go for 18 here. 18 in the next one. 18 total over here. 18 total over here. And 18 here. You know what? Surprise 18 over here. They never saw it coming. Okay, that is gonna get some worms on the go at least. And hopefully that will be enough to get enough in here to get these researches, because they are actually pretty good researches, but more than anything, they kind of finalize my build here. My build's only half finished. Speaking of half finished, I never finished the processing area for effluent, or whatever that is. Okay, time for another radar, it looks like. Maybe I can get 1 or 2 more rails in. There we go. Okay, so I think I started scouting out an area. Yes, so effluent's down here. I think I just didn't have the research yet. But like, if I pop into here now... Oh yeah, you give me phosphorite, I remember that. Oh, that's the one I'm trying to research. That's literally what I'm trying to get done. Okay. And then the backup one is done in a hydro plant. Might as well go ahead and get a couple of those placed down. Maybe just like down this way. I really have no idea how many of these I'm gonna need. So let's just start like 3. That's the one. So you need fresh water and aluminum hydroxide. Maybe I move you over a smidge. And then you can request aluminum hydroxide. It's 2 fluids on either side, but I would at least like to be down here out of the way of this area. There we go. And connect you in. And I think somewhere in here is where I already do... Oh no, you're way down there. I was going to say, I think somewhere in here is where I already do my wastewater processing, but we're a little ways away. I'm wondering if I should move down there. Like, does it offer any benefit? I also cannot find it. There we go, okay. I don't think it matters, and it's probably more helpful that the items are close than the fluids are. So, anyway. Aluminum hydroxide. I think that's what it is. I thought correctly. There you are. And that's like 6 a second. So I'll go ahead and do one of these. So down and down, up and up. And then continue that along. And you go long, long, and long. So you still need fresh water, and you need 300 fresh water a second. Though granted, that's for dealing with 400 effluent, which I don't anticipate having. But, you know, guess it doesn't hurt to be prepared. That being the case, let's see, you produce wastewater and sludge. Sludge is also something I need somewhere. So I think both of these are going to just be thrown into fluid depots. Maybe even multiple fluid depots. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Let's also get a substation in here for power. Okay. And now the sludge comes down this way and in, and the wastewater. You can just be a pipe. Have fun. I do, of course, need some way of dealing with these if they do start to back up. But first, let's grab, well, 2s. So 300, you do 400, I believe. Yes, up to 400. So with 3 3s, that's 900. So the best I can do is 3 4s, which is 1200. And there we go. That actually is completely in the way of that area up top. What if I did something more like that? It's still a little bit in the way, but it's not as in the way. Also, I just noticed a pipe down here that's missing a corner. I have no idea if this is in the system, by the way. I'm just requesting it and seeing what happens. Okay, so how far am I down here? Okay, good. We're making good progress. And then you go right there. So only like 2 more of those, and we should be at the new ore depot. And then I should be able to get all the genomes flowing again, because until I have more phosphorus, most of the genomes are kind of stopped dead. It would be cool if they would do something, though. Like, I know there's a tiny bit of phosphorus right under here, but there's not really a good way to get at it. Oh yeah, you guys got this. You guys got this. Come on, radar. Come on, radar. Oh, I got juked. I was so psyched. I was so psyched, and then no radar. This path, surely. Nope. Nope, nothing. Nope, nothing. Okay. I mean, there's radars in here. Oh no, they're not delivering radars. Logistics storage 18. The radars should exist. Okay, is there a problem with radars? Like, We just legitimately not have them. They are sensors. Okay, we only keep 10. What if we keep like 50? Okay, there we go. They finally placed one. So where am I? If I were to place a T, where would it fall? I think it would go right in the middle, which is a little too close, if anything. It just makes it kind of weird, but I will look at it. Okay, so like one more straight, and then a T. Fix the T. And then you can go down, it looks like. Yeah, that does not connect to you, unfortunately, but that does. Now we just have to move you. Okay. So that's a straight. Here's a loading. Pop you in. This is phosphorite. And then there's the phosphorite patch right there. So as long as I can get one last radar in, we should be a-okay. Carrying lots and lots of limes somewhere. The storage? Why are they carrying you away to storage? Ah, you are purple and unfiltered. I wonder how long you've been there. Well, I'm sure you've cleared the line by now. I wonder how much lime I have just sitting in storage. Oh, a lot. Oh, a lot. Oh, quite a lot. Okay. Quite a lot. Well, where is lime? Okay, here we are. That brings calcium carbonate in. You bring raw calcite in. Let's do something that... Yeah, I'm not really sure. Let's do something that brings this in. Okay, you do have something coming in from this direction. Okay, so this does take priority over new smelting here, so what if I do this? You there, you there. Okay. And then you each want to have lime. And there you go. And that should pull all of the lime out of the logistics eventually. Okay, how's this doing? They're making decent enough progress. Let's go ahead and start upgrading these roboports again. Okay, there we go. That was a few more roboports than I thought it was gonna be. It'll be worth it though. Okay. One last radar. That's all we need. I love watching them just disperse around. It's always, like, bots are always so cool. Okay, now I need a little of both. And you still just need worms. Which is still just genomes. Just worms, though. Just regular worms. Needs grass, which is genomes, isn't it? That doesn't make any sense. Why would grass be genomes? Grass is fertilizer, which is phosphoric acid. That's the problem. I was thinking phosphoric acid was somehow related to one of the genomes, but that's something different. Phosphoric acid is for fertilizer. You got this, guys! Go get them! Okay. Little underwhelming, guys, but I believe in you. You'll get them next time. Okay, here comes another wave. Nothing. Okay, I'll be back in a minute, I guess. Let's come over this way. So this will enable me to deal with the little gold waste liquid stuff. But is there anything actually caught up on that? Like, is that actually a problem for me right now? We're waiting on bacteria, waiting on cellulose, which is likely waiting on algae for some reason. Yes. Algae is full. Grass can't run, my alternative source of cellulose. Grass can't run because there's no fertilizer. Okay, you are light blue now. So we do have this place, so you are in construction range. So you should get built in the next pass. That might even be someone coming or literally right here. Yes, there we go. And of course you don't have power. Of course you don't have power. Okay, there's a couple construction bots there bringing something. Okay, there we go, that looks promising. It looked promising. Come on. No? No? Okay. Never mind. I didn't even realize there was that much left to build. Okay, there we go. Now we've got power. And now we finally have the mine. It's not even like it's huge or anything. It's just the best one that we've got. Okay, break you. Bring you up this way. Bring you in. And let's see. In you go. Over this way. In you go. So it'll still take them a second or two to come over and get this completely finished up. Namely, I don't believe I have train stops in the building buffer chest, so they will have to fly all the way to the main base and then all the way back to build the actual train stop itself. But, you know, it shouldn't take an eternity, and more importantly, while they are doing that, I can head back up to this area, come to the phosphorus train stop, and re-enable phosphorus as a possible resource the trains want to go grab. Speaking of which, you go to new train, and as soon as you're done, you should leave. Yep, okay. Hey, we got the train stop. I noticed that the train said it was heading to a phosphorus stop, but I wanted to make sure. I thought I'd like deconstructed the former one, but I wasn't entirely certain. Okay, so that should at least help with the phosphorus issues. So everything is running just very, very slowly. And is there anything I can do? Anything to help push the weight forward at all? There are trains coming in to come and grab some ore. None of this has been built, of course. None of this is within construction range, of course. Yeah, I think this is probably about where I'm gonna call it for tonight, because man, the sleep deprivation is hitting me pretty hard tonight for whatever reason. I got my phosphorite mine set up. That was my big goal there. I do need to run you down this way, so let's connect you like right there. Let's get a pylon down to you somewhere. Of course, the mine's going to need power as well. Do you seriously not reach? No, okay, so you have to go like way over here then, I guess. In you go. And there you go. Oh, and of course, hold on. All of this is from a tier 1 little relay down here. So I'll have to upgrade you to at least tier 2. Let's go ahead and do tier 3. You can be my, like, only tier 3 in the whole base. That way you can come down here, give me build range down here, build up this roboport, and that'll allow me to build the rest of this. What are you coming in to do? Ah, pylon. Okay. I was thinking I didn't have anything nearby you should be able to do, but yeah, pylons I guess you can do. But anyway, yeah, I've got worms, I had grass set up, I've got the both types of science set up. I've got new circuits, I've got new bots. I mean, come on man, new bots. That's a pretty awesome one right there. I expanded a lot of the chemical stuff just here and there. Yeah, it was a pretty eventful day. Even if it isn't a 12-hour stream, I think a 9.5-hour stream is still perfectly sufficient. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap up. So thank you everyone for stopping by. Tips and tricks always welcome. I have so much lime, so much calcite in storage. I can't believe I did that, but yeah, we'll make our way through it. In fact, before I save and call it a night, where is calcite? Because I do just wanna look at it. I think it's towards the bottom. Not that far. That's past the bottom. There we go. So, are you actually doing anything? Yeah? Okay. Bots are bringing stuff into you. And the belts are completely full up back to you, so I can only assume that you are actually doing something. Well, hopefully I'm not breaking anything in doing that, but anyway, once again, I'm gonna call it a night. Let me find my usual little spot, and I'm gonna save. Because man, if you don't save, not a good time. See you in the next one, guys.